Good morning. Welcome to today's New York City Council preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Finance. Please silence all cell phone electronic devices. Moving forward, no one is to approach the dais. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all super excited to talk numbers and budget. Woo, yes. So I am the chair of the Committee on Finance, and welcome to the fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget hearings. And we're so happy to kick it off with IBO, who's going to be starting off after we give our opening statements. So we have a full agenda today as we kick off the budget season, and we will hear from IBO, the Comptroller, and Department of Finance today. At this time, I'd like to introduce my colleagues who are present this morning. Of course, we have our Speaker, Speaker Menon, our Deputy Speaker Williams, Majority Leader Abreu, Majority Whip Hanks, Council Members Narcisse, Council Member Wong, Council Member Morano, Council Member Hudson, Council Member Aldebal, Council Member Maloney, and we've also been joined by our Public Advocate as well. And I think did I cover everyone? I think I did. Okay, perfect. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to the dedicated staff of the City Council Finance Division for their tireless efforts, and I mean tireless, in preparing for today's hearing. And this work doesn't happen on its own, and I want to acknowledge the amazing team of dedicated professionals who make it all possible. Finance Director Richard Lee, give a little wave. Managing Director Jonathan Rosenberg, Deputy Directors Edev, Elizabeth Hoffman, Chima Obacher, Paul Simone, and Isha Wright, our Chief Economist, Delara Dimnaku, Assistant Directors Alia Ali, Julia Haramis, Florentine Cabor, Daniel Krupp, James Reyes, Jack Story, Paul Sturm, and Andrew Wilbur, our Finance Counsel, Nicholas Connell, my committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, my senior advisor, Athena Say, and many finance and analysts, economists, and support staff who have worked behind the scenes to bring everything together. We are here today to examine the mayor's proposed $127 billion preliminary plan for fiscal year 2027, which, while balanced as per the Charter's requirements, it includes proposals from some extremely concerning actions. And before I go any further, I'd like to invite our leader, Speaker Julie Menon, to share her opening remarks.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Chair Lee. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone to the first preliminary budget hearing of the fiscal year 2027 budget cycle. Today marks the beginning of one of the Council's most important responsibilities, carefully examining the Mayor's proposed $127 billion fiscal 2027 preliminary budget, ensuring that it meets the needs of New Yorkers and safeguarding the city's fiscal future. The fiscal 2027 preliminary budget is $5.4 billion higher than what was projected in the November financial plan. That difference is largely driven by steps to address chronic under-budgeting that the Council and many other fiscal monitors had long called out. While we appreciate these first steps towards a more honest budgeting practice, elements of the administration's approach to balance the budget with these costs raise serious questions that warrant close scrutiny by this Council. Just yesterday, the analysis we released on the remainder of fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027 estimates $386 million more in tax revenue than was projected by OMB, reflecting a stronger long-term outlook for the city's finances. Our role over the coming weeks is not only to look carefully at the numbers, but to ask the hard questions, and also to work collaboratively to ensure that the final budget reflects both fiscal responsibility and the priorities of our city. Our priorities are focused on making New York affordable for the families who live here, stay here, and want to thrive here. And that means investing in the services that they rely on each and every single day. It means making childcare universal and strengthening opportunities for higher education. It means upgrading parks with modern facilities and providing libraries with book-lined shelves and flexible hours, not cutting funding for libraries or for our cultural institutions. And it means supporting our small businesses, building affordable housing that people can truly afford, and protecting the public safety of every resident across the 5 boroughs. These are foundational investments that help develop healthier, safer, and more prosperous communities. communities where New Yorkers can start families, start businesses, and stay in for generations. We also recognize that the city may face economic headwinds, including the threat of draconian federal cuts that could affect funding streams that we rely on. In a moment like this, the answer cannot be to pull back from investments that we know help New Yorkers survive and succeed. At the same time, the Council is clear that while New Yorkers are already grappling with a severe affordability crisis, significant property tax increase should not be on the table. That is non-negotiable. Before placing additional burdens on small property owners and small businesses, we must fully examine other opportunities for both revenue and savings. We cannot allow precious public resources to be squandered, and we will look for savings in every project and program to eliminate spending that is wasteful or unnecessary. Ultimately, our goal is straightforward. We plan to deliver a balanced budget that protects essential services, eases the affordability crisis facing New Yorkers, and reflects a shared commitment to fiscal discipline. We look forward to working collaboratively with the administration throughout this process so that the city remains financially strong while continuing to invest in the people and communities we serve. Thank you, and I look forward to today's discussion and testimony from IBO.
Thank you, Speaker. In February, the mayor released this preliminary plan, giving us our first look at balanced fiscal year budget 2027. The preliminary plan serves as the initial blueprint for how the administration intends to safeguard and strengthen the fiscal future of New York City, not only for this fiscal year, but for years to come. And it is important that we get this right. A key focal point of the mayor's budget proposal was the fact that his administration inherited an underreported budget deficit from his predecessor. At that time, the Speaker, my colleagues, and I acknowledged the administration's efforts to address the chronic underbudgeting, but also raised concerns about the proposal to draw down billions from our limited reserves and raise the overall property tax rate by nearly 10%, the largest increase in over 20 years. So today we are here on behalf of the 8.5 million New Yorkers who are feeling the fiscal impact of higher prices, continued rising costs, federal funding reductions, and too little relief to address these challenges. While we appreciate that the proposed budget has made one step forward to address the chronic underbudgeting for critical safety net programs, it unfortunately takes one step backwards by drawing down our reserves, leaving those with very same programs more exposed if we are hit by a recession or other economic shock. It takes another step backwards by proposing a nearly 10% increase on the property tax rate. We again find ourselves confronted with a budget dance, but this time with a different kind of music. While we appreciate the steps to address the chronic underbudgeting, the Council has made it very clear that even in the face of this deficit, raising property taxes or relying on the city's rainy day reserves is not a viable solution. What is a viable solution is to continue the work of right-sizing the budget to meet actual costs and finding efficiencies in how the city delivers these critical services. In this vein, the mayor has directed agencies to identify savings in order to help reduce the deficit. This is a good step forward, though we think the administration can and should go further in ensuring the city's operations are as efficient as possible. We believe there are more accruals and efficiencies available to balance the budget before resorting to raiding our savings and raising the property taxes. And while looking to Albany for help is worthwhile, we must do more to find immediate solutions within our control to address these shortfalls. Underbudgeting is not a new phenomenon, and year after year we have figured out a way to resolve such shortfalls without taking drastic actions. While we appreciate the more realistic spending figures shared by the administration, we are not convinced that the proposed actions to balance the budget are necessary. Faced with these budgetary challenges, the preliminary budget makes an effort to address some of the many needs that New Yorkers continue to face amid the rising cost of living in our city. For instance, the preliminary budget makes further commitments to expanding childcare and early childhood programs, advancing the universal childcare agenda championed by the Council to help working families remain in the workforce while easing affordability pressures. It also continues to safeguard and strengthen the city's social safety net programs, reinforcing longstanding Council budget commitments and initiatives. And it also begins exploring avenues for implementing a more progressive revenue structure while also identifying savings across city agencies to promote more efficient spending. However, despite these proposals, the budget still falls short of ensuring that New York City remains fiscally stable, not only this year, but in the years ahead. Specifically, the budget plan does not adequately account for how the city will be building reserves in the event of further federal funding cuts or potential revenue declines. It does not present clear proposals to ensure that any efforts to generate additional revenue fairly address geographic equity and exemptions, and that the burden of filling these fiscal gaps does not fall solely on everyday working New Yorkers. And as we know, we are not here simply to debate the numbers on a spreadsheet. We are here to champion the needs of New Yorkers and ensure that this administration is held accountable for its budget decisions and for the implications those decisions have for our city today and tomorrow. And as a city, we must be more disciplined in how we spend and manage resources. But in doing so, we must ensure that these actions do not come at the expense of working families. We must also eliminate wasteful or mismanaged spending wherever it exists. And this includes bringing greater oversight into agencies' overtime budgets, establishing a reliable system to ensure the timely collection of fines and fees owed to the city, continuing to reform the city's deeply flawed procurement process, I can attest to that, which has too often resulted in unnecessary overspending. Despite the challenging outlook for the city's budget and broader economy, we remain confident that through collaboration with this administration, we can ensure that New York City is prepared for both the best and the worst of what lies ahead. And our responsibility is to develop a budget that is realistic, fair, and that protects the safety and economic stability of our city. That is why the City Council will continue prioritizing the needs of all New Yorkers, and we will remain committed to funding early childhood education, effective public safety measures, and investments that make life more affordable. We will continue to work with the administration to ensure transparency, particularly in how federal funding, city reserves, and projected deficits are accounted for. And we will make it clear that balancing the budget cannot come at the expense of our children, seniors, working class families, or the essential services they rely on. Our goal remains unchanged. There is work to be done, and delivering a budget that is both transparent and honest will allow us to protect essential services, confront the affordability crisis, and uphold the city's government's responsibility as stewards of fiscal accountability for the city of New York. So before we hear from IBO, I wanted to hand it over to our New York City Public Advocate, Jumaane Williams, for his opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning. As mentioned, my name is Jumaane Williams, Public Advocate of the City of New York. I want to thank Speaker Menon, Chair Lee, and the members of the Committee on Finance for holding this important preliminary hearing, budget hearing. New York City is once again at a crossroads. While everyday New Yorkers struggle to keep up with the skyrocketing cost of staying in their homes, paying their utility bills, and putting food on the table, the previous administration has left the city budget with a serious deficit. As an independent representative of the people of the City of New York, it is my responsibility to ensure the budget gap is not filled by making the lives of everyday New Yorkers even more difficult. In the preliminary budget released last month, the mayor laid out a few paths forward for filling the city's budget gap. My preferred method, and I believe his, is raising corporate taxes to the same levels as New Jersey and implementing a modest 2% income tax on those New Yorkers who make over $1 million every year. Thankfully, the state legislatures included the corporate tax increase in their recently released budget proposals, but there is still more work to be done on taxing multimillionaires in New York City. This group represents less than 1% of the New York State residents, but they take home about 30% of total income. In Manhattan, the top 1% take home over 50% of all income. That number does not take into account the multimillionaire New Yorkers are set to receive a cumulative $12 billion tax cut from the federal government. Even once tax increases are implemented, the richest New Yorkers will still be paying less in taxes than they did last year. It is perfectly reasonable to ask New Yorkers whose fortunes have grown because of all our city has to offer to in turn pay their fair share to keep the city running. The mayor's path of last resort and some other options floated in the zeitgeist would place the burden of the budget gap on New Yorkers who are already struggling. Increasing property taxes would disproportionately harm Black and brown New Yorkers for whom homeownership has been their primary path to the middle class. I'm very heartened to hear under the leadership of Speaker Menon and Chair Lee that the Council has found $1.7 billion in additional funding and savings that will prevent us from having to tap the city's rainy day fund. While we absolutely should look for additional areas in the budget for savings and efficiencies, I doubt the multi-billion-dollar budget gap can be filled through savings alone, and this budget gap seems to be growing in the next few years. After the previous administration's years of forced austerity, we must try our best not to cut any vital services on which low and middle income New Yorkers rely. There are other options for raising revenue to close the city's budget gap that should be on the table as well. The city is currently owed billions in uncollected fines from law-breaking landlords and corporations. I'm also heartened to see that the preliminary budget includes increases to law department staffing. Additional investment in collections and enforcement capacities across our consumer protections, housing, and finance agencies can result in major returns and disincentivize future lawbreaking. In addition to raising the New York City corporate and millionaires tax, the state could also help the city close its budget gap by raising the capital gains tax or implementing a peer-to-tier tax. Unfortunately, these tax options require state action, and Governor Hochul has decided that it is, my opinion, more important to protect multimillionaires and billionaires than it is to protect average, hardworking New Yorkers. So I urge the governor to reconsider, and I urge my peers to support the same. I very much look forward to hearing testimony from the IBO, Department of Finance, Comptroller Levine. I'm confident that we're working together, we can ensure the city's adopted budget begins to implement an affordability agenda and is balanced without hurting everyday New Yorkers. Looking forward to working with the council on responsible budgeting to find the most efficiencies we can, and again, make sure that we pass this budget without passing on harm to New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Public Advocate. And we will now hear testimony from representatives from the Independent Budget Office, from Louisa Chafee, Director, from IBO, Sarah Parker, Senior Research and Strategy Officer, Sarita Subramanian, Senior Research and Strategy Officer, and at this time, I will turn it over to Committee Counsel to swear in our witnesses.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
You may begin.
Good morning. Good morning, Speaker Menon, Public Advocate Williams, Deputy Speaker Williams, Finance Committee Chair Lee, and members of the committee. I'm Louisa Chafee, Director of the Independent Budget Office. I'm joined today by my colleagues Sarah Parker and Sarita Subramanian, IBO's Senior Research and Strategy Officers. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the Mondami administration's first preliminary budget. We appreciate going first, and we also appreciate the new chairs. This testimony will address three topics. One, IBO's estimates of the city's revenues, expenditures, and gaps. Two, ideas on ways to begin to close the gap with additional revenues, operational efficiencies, and additional state funds to address unfunded mandates. And three, IBO's framing of potential lines of inquiry for the administration. Estimated revenues, expenditures, and gaps. The Mondami administration's first budget is noteworthy because it reverses years of under-budgeting practices by prior administrations, as you all have acknowledged. IBO applauds the administration's move to acknowledge the true cost of programs and services. The administration's budget is grounded in two optimistic revenue assumptions. First, it assumes that very robust growth will propel personal income taxes and business income taxes to greater heights. Second, while the administration does not include new personal income tax revenues that would require state approval, it does include a new property tax revenue proposal that can only materialize if this council approves such a change. Given these two assumptions, the administration's forecast exceed IBO's by almost every major tax category throughout the financial plan period. The city's personal income tax collections have been bolstered in recent years by high earnings in key sectors and increased capital gains amid strong Wall Street performance. This trend continues, as shown by the very large bonuses issued in the financial sector at the end of calendar year 2025. IBO's PIT forecast is moderately lower than the administration's. Mayor Mondami has proposed a 2 percentage point increase to the rate for individuals with incomes over $1 million. Last year's federal One Big Beautiful Bill Act, OBBBA, made permanent a set of significant tax breaks for the highest earners. Tax breaks granted during the first Trump administration that would have expired, but that were made permanent by OBBBA, significantly lowering the tax burdens on New York's highest earners. Back when those tax breaks first took effect in 2019, New York State took action to recover for the state some of the funds high-income taxpayers were no longer paying federally. This points to a key distinction in how income taxes are structured at the city and state level. As detailed in IBO's February 10th personal income tax report, the city has 4 tax brackets. New York City applies an identical tax rate of 3.876 to the New Yorker whose adjusted gross income is $60,000, as it does to the New Yorker who earns over $5 billion, which was the highest income in 23, which is the most recently reported year. So in contrast, the state's personal income tax imposes higher and more progressive increasing rates across 9 brackets. The state's tax rate for income of $60,000 is approximately 5.5%, while the highest bracket, $25 million, it climbs to 10.9%. The administration's outlook for corporate tax collections is also rosy. It is boosted by Governor Hochul's call for New York State to decouple from certain federal tax code provisions that were also enacted as part of OBBBA. But after 2 years, the administration projects that corporate tax revenue will drop substantially below recent levels. IBO projects somewhat lower corporate tax growth collections through this fiscal year and next, but continued growth throughout the financial plan period. Mayor Mondami has proposed increasing the average property tax rate from 12.283% to 13.450%, which is a 9.5% increase. And to explain this, we have published a report which describes the structure of property tax rate setting system. Reflecting strength in the tentative roll for 2027, IBO forecasts higher property tax revenue of $3.69 billion in 27, increasing to over $41 billion in 23. In general, IBO's economic outlook is consistent with the Mondami administration and the broader macroeconomic consensus. The national economy has generally held up. However, there are conflicting signals for future performance, such as the strength of Wall Street and consumer behavior, extremely weak job growth, and continued threats to the global economic order, tariff chaos, and the war in Iran. We want to flag the rainy day funds, which are planned to be used for 26 and replaced in 28. So the administration, as you have noted, is using $980 million from the rainy day fund to balance 26 and intends to replace those funds in 28. This points up the need for clear rules on use of this fund, rules that are at the discretion of the council and the administration to set. IBO applauds the administration's decision to reduce the allocation to the Retiree Health Benefits Trust, now $229 million lower than in the November plan. This fund has often been used by past mayors to set aside excess funds and avoid much of the scrutiny normally afforded by the public budgeting process. So IBO estimates substantial gaps for next year and beyond. IBO projects that if spending stays constant, total revenues will grow by an annual average of 2% a year from 25 through 30, and that, partially as a result of the administration's laudable corrections to previous under-budgeting, expenditures will increase on average 4.5% a year. Thus, IBO projects gaps of $535 million in the current year and almost $6 billion in fiscal year 27. These forecasts cannot yet factor in the impact of tariffs or war or cuts to federal aid or the next round of collective bargaining, all of which contribute to uncertainty in 2027 and beyond. How to control the gap. So there are several categories of expenses. Several categories of expenses are continuing to drive the scale of total expenditures and are areas that have experienced substantial growth in recent years. The first to note is City FEPS, which is already the second largest rental assistance program in the nation, second only to Section 8. Spending has grown from under $300 million in '21 to almost $1.3 billion in 2.5, with an assumption in the preliminary budget that it will rise to almost $3.5 billion in 2030. It is doubtful that there is sufficient housing supply in New York City to absorb that level of spending. IBO has concerns about the steeply increasing level, but recognizes that the council and the administration are working to establish a sound budget footing for this important program. Next, uniformed overtime. Spending on uniform services overtime in police, fire, correction, sanitation has been chronically under-budgeted in the past, with NYPD spending the largest driver of total costs. NYPD spending in this area has trended downward under the leadership of Commissioner Tisch. In the November plan, NYPD was on pace to spend $971 million, less than billion of last year, and this pace has slowed to $894 million. The Mondami administration has also realistically budgeted both NYPD and fire department personnel spending for future years, which is a stark departure from budgeting practices of past administrations. At the Department of Corrections, spending on uniformed overtime has trended steadily upwards over the past few years and is on pace to be as high as it has ever been at $330 million for 2026. The administration did not add money to DOC's budget in 2027, citing uncertainty around the ongoing situation with the court-ordered federal remediation manager. IBO correspondingly projects that DOC will require more money in its budget next year. The Department of Sanitation has also experienced an increasing trend in uniformed overtime expenditures from $140 million in 2024 to $178 million in 2025. And expenditures are unusually high this year due to the two major snowstorms. Next, I'd like to flag due process cases. Spending on these cases, which are filed by public and non-public students seeking special education services outside of the public school system, has grown from $807 million in 2021 to $1.2 billion in 2025. The preliminary budget adds additional funds for the program's budget for a total of $1.6 billion in 2027 and beyond. There are two areas driving this increase in spending: tuition payment for private schools and spending on educational services for non-public school students. Between 2021 and 2025, spending on non-public school students who are entitled to services under 2000 amendment to the state law grew by 91%. Those state-eligible cases accounted for 59% of all due process cases settled between August of 21 and February of 26, and account for 29% of total payments for that period of time. Large growth in due process cases is but one example of unfunded state mandates New York State imposes on New York City. New York is also being required to bring class sizes into compliance by September 28, or risk losing a large portion of state education aid. In December of 25, IBO estimated that the New York City public schools needed to budget almost 7,000 additional teachers, and the administration added $3.6 billion in 2027 through 2030 to meet this mandate. But only $228 million of that would come from state aid. As the mayor cited in his presentation of the preliminary budget, the city contributes almost 55% of the total revenue collected by the state, but only receives less than 41% of state funding. As described earlier, the state increased its personal income tax collection from the wealthiest earners in the state, most of whom reside in New York City, when it needed new revenue. But this funding has not been directed back to the city. Even to assist with areas where the state is requiring services the city must struggle to fund. Another area where the state has imposed significant and disproportionate costs on the city is that of the Metropolitan Transit Authority's paratransit services. The city is required by state law to reimburse the MTA for Access-a-Ride. Before 2024, the city was only required to reimburse 50% of paratransit operating costs after fares and dedicated taxes. Starting in 2024, state law increased that to 80% through at least 2027, and it is currently predicted to be permanent. Similarly, for foster care, the city paid about 30% of costs prior to 17 and 60% in 2027, while the state shares declined from 54% to 26%, the balance being covered by the federal government. So this again shifts more costs onto New York City. The preliminary budget projects that the city will spend $523 million, or 60% of foster care costs in 2027, and that will continue to rise. Closing the gap. So we like to think about operational efficiencies. The administration is working to find savings through operational efficiencies. The newly appointed chief savings officers at every mayoral agency are tasked with responsibility to identify 1.5% in savings for 26 and 2.5% in savings for 27 and beyond. The plans are due in March of 26. We look forward to seeing those plans. The preliminary budget reflects the hiring of 50 new auditors at the New York City Department of Finance, which IBO has long estimated could generate $165 million annually. Similarly, it reflects the addition of 200 lawyers and 100 support staff at the law department, as the public advocate cited, also with the goals of generating savings. There are many other areas, such as supplies and materials, where it is likely that savings could be generated, and IBO looks forward to learning more about these. Generating revenues to close the gap. IBO has published on additional ideas to raise revenues, both by eliminating or reducing existing tax breaks and by increasing various other specialized taxes. These ideas, which would all require New York State legislation to change, include the elimination of various tax abatements and exemptions, either immediately or over time. These include the Industrial and Commercial Abatement Program, ICAP, the Relocation and Employment Assistance Program, REAP, the Relocation Assistance Credit for Employees Program, RACE, and the property tax exemption, the permanent property tax exemption currently enjoyed by Madison Square Garden. IBO has estimated the impact of various other potential tax changes, and we encourage you to look at our website, and we'd be happy to come speak to you more about them. The city may also choose to reassess and structure for fees and fines. These ideas are not sufficient to close the current estimated gaps, but they would contribute to addressing the issues longer term. Lastly, there are questions that the IBO would appreciate the administration being able to further explain. And given the unusual timing of this testimony, I'm going to talk about those too. We are very curious as to why the administration remains as optimistic about the national and local economy in light of events such as the Supreme Court decision on tariffs and the war in Iran. Why does the administration project such an optimistic outlook for corporate taxes and then a precipitous fall-off in later years? How is the administration factoring into its budget planning the impact of a wide array of federal changes that are already impacting New Yorkers and will continue to grow in significance? These include addressing hunger for New Yorkers no longer eligible for SNAP, the loss of the Essential Health Plan coverage for hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers, potentially plummeting vaccine rates, caps on student loans, severe declines in the number of foreign students coming into New York City, increased work requirements for public benefits, and federal cutbacks in climate and infrastructure resilience. An extremely grim and serious list. This administration appears to be reinvesting in environmental programs such as composting, but it's unclear why the administration continues to project the costs of waste export and organics processing lower than IBO's estimates. How do child care vouchers factor into the mayor's plans to expand free or reduce child care for children ages birth through 6? Given the governor's additional funding on top of the supplemental funding on top of the base, what level of voucher usage is anticipated going forward? And what are the plans for the large wait list? What's the plan to address pay parity for community-based organizations under contract with New York City, where employees are often paid significantly less than their exact city counterparts? We've got more questions. What's this administration's approach to dealing with vacancies and hirings? Currently, the labor reserve has been budgeted funding for 1.5 annual raises for collective bargaining agreements, which is about half of the increases negotiated by the Adams administration. Does the Mondami administration anticipate increasing the labor reserve for the next round? What's the basis for the savings assumption that support the budgeted lower costs for health insurance through the New York City Employee Preferred Provider Organizations, the NYCE PPO? So, in conclusion, I would like to again thank you for this opportunity to testify, and we'd like to commend the administration for its commitment to clarity, honesty, and transparency at the outset of the 2027 budget process. This council will now navigate the very challenging budget environment, even as issues mount every day with weakening job growth and chaos in the global economy. IBO looks forward to continuing to work with you in the months ahead, and we are available to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'll turn it over to the speaker to ask her questions.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony today. So in order to present a balanced budget for fiscal 2027, the prelim plan includes a proposed across-the-board increase to the city's property tax rates. The mayor estimates that this increase would provide an estimated $3.7 billion in additional revenue in each year of the financial plan. Do you believe that a property tax increase is necessary?
Thank you for the question, Speaker Menon. IBO does not share opinions, but we would like to point you to our property tax report that we issued just yesterday, where we flag a number of concerns in the rate setting, one of which is the equity issue, where data demonstrates that impacts of property tax are felt most extreme by renters, and renters traditionally are at the lower end of the income level.
And what alternatives would you recommend in place of a property tax increase?
Well, there are a few tools: more revenues, less expenditures. But I think, as our testimony really clearly laid out, there are a number of very large areas where the state is imposing unfunded state mandates on the city, and the state, with their reserves and general financial position, could fund the requirements they are making of New York City. There are a number of examples in the Department of Education, most obviously the teacher requirements and the due process cases, and we also flagged the MTA, paratransit, but we believe that there are opportunities. And lastly, we believe that this is an ideal opportunity for this administration to take the time to carefully analyze how operations function. We know that you have led thought into the procurement process reforms and other areas of how government functions day to day. A review is not simple and is not fast, but generally either generates the same level of function with fewer dollars or more ability to function with the same dollars, both of which help the city's budget.
You mentioned in your testimony that there should be a hard look, which is something I agree with, on tax breaks that are happening at the state level. Have you looked at tax breaks for educational institutions and for healthcare institutions?
No, but we would welcome the opportunity if you were asking us.
Okay, just interested in that. Are there any additional revenues available that your office believes the city should be collecting?
Hello, I'm Sarah Parker. As Louisa mentioned in our testimony, IBO has done thorough reviews of several tax expenditure programs. So these are places where tax breaks are given to specific companies or properties that meet criteria dictated in the law. Generally, they are as of right, which means anyone who meets the specifications gets the tax benefit. That also means that they have no cost control on them. And over time, there's a lot of fluctuation year to year on who applies and is using these programs. So that is one place that we have flagged, and we'd be happy to talk about those reports with any of you.
Okay, and going back to my question about tax breaks, I mean, I just have a couple follow-ups on that. So certain educational institutions like Columbia University are receiving a very significant tax break. Do you agree with that?
As nonprofit institutions, they are, under state rules, not obligated to pay property taxes, and the same with healthcare, hospital facilities. We do look at what other jurisdictions do, and in Boston or Cambridge, Massachusetts, for example, Harvard makes pilots that are smaller than what it would pay in property taxes, but they do make pilots. Brown University makes pilots to, I believe it's the state of Rhode Island. And so there are examples of payments in lieu of taxes being
Right.
made. That is not something that we've explored here in New York City.
Are there any ideas in that regard that would not require state legislation to make a fix to this?
As you well know, most tax rules are set in state law, with the exception of setting the property tax rate.
Okay. In terms of the drawdown of reserve funds, so, and I know you went over some of this in the testimony, but I've got a number of questions on this. So prelim plan includes the utilization of over $1.2 billion from long-term reserve funds, $980 million from the rainy day fund, as you talked about in your testimony, $229 million from the retiree health benefit trust to assist in balancing the budget. It also brings down the in-year reserves for the upcoming budget to just $100 million, or less than 1% of the city's budget. This budgetary action has only been utilized recently during periods of severe economic shock. When do you feel it is appropriate to utilize the assets of the city's rainy day fund?
We very much believe that rules should be set, but that we believe it's not the IBO's role to prognosticate on what those rules should be. But our understanding of the legislative basis is that the state sets the framework, but it is between the council and the administration to negotiate what goes in and what comes out and when. And so we would be happy to offer any kind of support should you choose to advance that attempt at setting rules.
Okay, and what is your opinion in regard to the mayor's proposal to draw down both long-term and in-year reserve funds in general?
The budget needs to be balanced, and we've flagged our concerns about both the lack of rules and the general actions of the intention to repay.
And just so we can get your sense on this, what is IBO's opinion on the appropriate level of reserves for the city to have?
IBO is agnostic on the appropriate level, but we believe it should be linked to the overall size of the budget, and we also believe that there should be consideration of the state of the economy and other threats in the general environment.
Okay, moving on to City FEPS. So since the inception of the program, the baseline budget for City FEPS has been considerably lower than actual spending. Historically, funding for City FEPS has been added during the fiscal year to meet the actual demand. The council's long pushed the administration to more accurately budget for this program, which we know IBO has advanced that argument as well. In the prelim plan, funding for City FEPS was increased to match HRA's projected actual expenditures for the program. These increases brought the City FEPS budget to $1.78 billion in fiscal 2026, $2.21 billion in fiscal 2027, $2.64 billion in fiscal 2028, and $3.04 billion in fiscal 2029. So how does the funding added in the prelim plan align with IBO's analysis and spending projections for City FEPS for fiscal 2026 and in the out years?
Sarita.
Yes, as you noted, we also looked at the large amounts that were added for the City FEPS program. In the past, how IBO has looked at this program is to basically looking at the floor, right? So thinking about the level that was spent last year and the assumption that we needed at least that level to proceed for the current and future years. And now with these additional funds, IBO is wondering whether the supply side can really meet the demand. I think there's no doubt with the the affordability crisis, the impending federal cuts that are coming, that there will be demand for, this rental assistance. But I think because of the increase in rents, so not just, obviously with rent stabilized units, that's different than market rate units, but IBO's looked at rent increases and sort of projected what that might mean, as well as the supply of housing. And we're really wondering if both the supply and the increases in rent will be able to be met based on the assumptions. So from our understanding, the assumptions are that the program will grow, although the growth is expected to slow, but that still leads to, as you mentioned, really large expenditures by 2030 that we're not sure if the supply side has room for that.
Okay, we've got a lot more questions, but in the interest of time, I'm going to pass it over to Chair Lee first. Thank you.
Okay, great. And before I start, I just wanted to also recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Justin Sanchez, Councilmember Brewer, Councilmember Aviles, Councilmember Mealy, Councilmember Marte, and on Zoom we have Councilmembers Gennaro and Feliz. So really quickly, for under budgeting, I think the mayor's, release of the preliminary plan, as you mentioned, is getting more to being truthful in terms of what the actual budgeting is, and sort of trying to address ending the under budgeting in many areas. It includes an additional $7.54 billion to right-size the budget to a more realistic cost estimate. And, that includes cash assistance, city FEPS, rental assistance, shelter costs, DHS. So do you believe the updated cost estimates for these areas included in the preliminary plan are more realistic or are realistic?
Yes, in general, we believe they're more realistic. There are fluctuations in certain areas. So, for example, we flagged Department of Corrections, and we have some concerns about the judgments and claims. But it feels that given as a whole, the administration's commitment aligns with the mayor's indication of being accurate and honest in the expenditures.
And I would just add to that, that as a result, a lot of these areas that you mentioned, so cash assistance, city FEHEPS, are not areas that we have, readjusted based on our estimates, which we have historically. But, I think there is a question about, are they the appropriate levels? I think particularly for city FEHEPS, that's something we're not sure about. We don't have enough data to understand, what type of apartments, for example, are used with those vouchers, the number of bedrooms, bathrooms, if they're rent stabilized or market rate. And so I think having more data from that side of things would help us better project what the supply side might look like.
And to your point, as you mentioned earlier, it could be that the supply is, not as high, obviously, as the demand, which is which we're probably going to see. Much of the additional spending included in the prelim plan is driving the rationale for a need to raise the property tax and draw down reserves. Is the mayor seeking to present a more accurate estimate of the existing costs? So I think everyone seems to agree that this under budgeting has been occurring for several years, and your office and the council have called out the practice. And city's budgeting process requires that while costs may be underestimated during the year, they must be accurately reflected by the time the fiscal year comes to a close. So even during years when expenses have been under budgeted, the city was still able to cover the under budgeted costs without having to make large withdrawals from the reserves or initiate large tax increases. So what do you believe? I know the opinions are, you were saying, try not to give the opinions, but in your best ability to answer, what do you believe is inherently different this year where correctly recognizing the actual costs of these items would necessitate such drastic steps that were not required in prior years?
The preliminary budget accurately reflects the city's expenditures.
Okay. Right. Okay. So I'll ask a
Sorry, that
follow-up
was
later.
a really short answer.
No.
to a
That's
beautiful
good.
question.
That's good. And could this be an indication that the mayor still can go further in right-sizing the budget to reflect the actual need? This time on the side of reducing the over-budgeted areas.
We look forward to seeing the Chief Savings Officer plan. We recognize it's the beginning of the cycle. We look forward to understanding what the state puts forward in its adopted budget, and we would expect that there would be further movement in the executive budget.
Right, further shuffling, yep. In terms of personnel accruals, so currently we estimate that the city has approximately 14,000 vacant budgeted full-time positions. And while this total is lower than in previous years, mainly because of recent vacancy reduction efforts, which is great, it is still relatively high. So how much savings do you believe the city has accrued this year to date, including fringe costs, based on the underspending resulting from the high number of vacancies?
Yes, thank you. So IBO, and we do note the same as what you just shared, which is that we estimate less savings than we have, even 1 year or 2 years ago. We estimate that at about $200 million for this year, largely, and we also see roughly the same difference. 307,000 in budgeted headcount and 292,000 in active headcount, yielding about 15,000 vacancies.
Okay, great. And just to be totally clear, because I think there was maybe some confusion, or I heard some confusion about the fact that, are you guys saying we should eliminate? No. We're not saying we're touching the line items or the number of positions. We're just simply saying how much in savings can we find for positions that were not hired. So I just wanted to make note of that. And in IBO's review of the city's financial plan, it includes estimates for revenue and expenses. And I understand that for fiscal year 2027, IBO's revenues are lower than OMB's. Additionally, IBO estimates larger budget gaps in the out years of the plan. So can you just walk through some of the differences in the underlying assumptions?
Sarah?
Yes. Overall, IBO is more cautious on tax revenue than what the Mamdani administration is presenting, given our overall concerns with the economy.
Okay, your answers are so efficient. And what are the main contributors to IBO's estimated $6 billion gap in 2027 and then $11 billion in 2028, 29, and 30?
The main contributor is on the revenue side, and that is because we do not assume in our estimates the property tax proposal, because it is not enacted.
Okay, great.
I will note we do have some expenditure items. They're not at the level that they have been in the past, but a couple of areas that Louisa highlighted in testimony are in sanitation, in particular, these areas that have been historically under budgeted and were not right-sized as other areas, which is waste export costs and organics and compost collection. So I just wanted to highlight those.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, just my last question on the the employment growth in the city. So payroll employment has been slowing dramatically, and as of December 2025, year over year, job growth was only 30,100. This compared with 2024 annual job growth of 121,700. In addition, out of the 30,100 jobs added, 53,000 were in the low-paying home health care and social assistance sectors. That means excluding those two subsectors, total employment declined by 22,900 year over year. And major sectors such as finance, business services, leisure, hospital, and construction have all experienced job loss. So how would you assess the employment situation in the city?
Well, apart from the obvious, it's pretty grim.
When IBO talks about employment, we are looking at jobs being added in that year, and we look at it across different sector types. So as you noted, one of the areas where we have seen the small amounts of growth in jobs over recent years has been in the home health and social services sector. And those traditionally are low-paying home health aide jobs. We expect with the benchmarking that's going to be happening this month that's going to improve the jobs estimate numbers for last calendar year 2025. But where our employment is right now is a very tepid state of things. We are not adding jobs like we have been in past years. IBO is estimating slightly more than 44,000 jobs will be added next year. But again, this job growth has been relatively quite stagnant. It is really the high incomes seen in the financial sector in particular and capital gains that are what are driving personal income revenues. Underlying everything with the jobs and employment forecast that IBO has, we still have the same federal risks that were here last year. The tariff questions, are there tariffs, are there not tariffs, are they going to be refunded, are new ones going to be imposed? Added to this layer, we also have this geopolitical conflict that is new, and so that's underlying everything here.
Okay, thank you for that. And what do you think some of the biggest challenges and barriers are for the growth?
I think one of the things for both businesses and employers is this level of uncertainty. Without knowing what the future holds, businesses are being very reluctant to add new positions because they don't want to then have to do layoffs and job cuts if a recession materializes. Similarly, employees are staying in positions even if it's not the best fit for them because it is a pretty terrible job market for people searching for jobs. And so we are in this sort of deadlock position of low hire, low fire, and so there's both lost growth opportunity for businesses that should be expanding but are hesitant to, and also employees finding better matches in terms of their skill set and employment and wages.
Mm-hmm. And also, as we've seen nationally, costs for employers are also significantly increasing, whether it's the insurances that they have to gain. And so those are all things that are factoring, I think, into that. So just one really quick follow-up question on the PS accruals. Is the $200 million estimate for PS accruals this year based on subset of 14,000 vacancies?
Yes, from my understanding, I think a large portion of those accruals are for Department of Education and CUNY and pedagogical staff, so those are included in that.
Okay, and at that rate, the average cost per vacancy is under 20,000. So could you walk us through your calculations a little bit more for that?
Sorry, so I noted the 200 million in civilian. I've neglected to add, the 358 million for the pedagogical positions that I mentioned. So the total is 681 million.
681 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. Thank you so much for that clarification. Okay, I'm going to pass it along to my colleagues to ask questions, and we're giving you guys 5 minutes. If we hit the 5-minute mark, we could always put you guys back on for round 2 questions. And so I am going to start with our Deputy Speaker Williams.
Hi. The first question I have is, do you see any process or fiscal differences between the Mamdani's administration's cost savings exercise versus the PEG exercise of the Adams administration? Like, do you see any differences in terms of like the process or based off of your analysis on the request?
Well, it's still early days because the reports aren't due until we believe March 20th. But I would say that the first clear difference is that the Adams administration issued a 3-round PEG letter at a time when the revenues were such that they were not needed. And the Mamdani administration is not doing a program to eliminate the gap, a PEG, but rather encouraging or requiring careful analysis of operations to identify savings. So they're not taking the we're going to cut perspective, but rather we're going to run this more efficiently perspective. We look forward to seeing the reports.
Okay, but he is asking the agencies to make a percentage cut, which is similar, even though the percentage is less.
There is a request to figure out how to adjust expenditures, but we believe, we're interested in seeing the reports, as I am sure you are too.
Yes, okay, thank you. You mentioned class sizes, and I know you've done a ton of things around analyzing rollouts of class size and estimating the amount of remaining costs to hiring teachers to reach 100% compliance. So $600 million was added for fiscal 2027 in the preliminary plan to hire roughly 6,000 teachers. Given enrollment decreases since 2023 and 2024, does IBO believe this funding should bring New York City Public Schools close to compliance?
Yes, that's a good question. So IBO has updated its class size analysis. We've done 2 so far. So as new data come in, and we recognize that our data are on a lag, and so we do plan to update that analysis going forward. We do note that the money that was added was a bit over our previous re-estimate of those costs, but we do also assume an entry-level salary for teachers. And so one thing that we're going to be looking into, especially this year, which was the first year where they added a substantial number of teachers, is to look at what the salary level of those teachers actually was. And so if we need to adjust our assumption, we will be doing that analysis.
Okay, 2 minutes, okay. So just a few questions on unpaid fines and fees, and then a question on budgeting for equity, my favorite topic. So the People's Budget folks have a new campaign, which I think is great. And I know you all released a report on this. And so do you know, I know the report came out in 2023, but do you have any updates on how much the city has in uncollected fines and how much in landlord fines in particular? I know it was like 150 in 2023 for unpaid lienable property charges and 940 million in unpaid penalties. But I don't know if you have a breakdown of the landlord fines versus the uncollected fines, like any recent numbers.
IBO has not updated its numbers since we last looked into this. I will say that with the most recent lien sale, that is a way that charges to properties and particularly water bills often do get cleared out. There is no lien sale this year, so this is a really interesting question going forward.
Thank you. So in February 2026, IBO's Assistant Director for Budget Review, Logan, testified before the Committee on Civil and Human Rights regarding budgeting for equity. In his testimony, he stated that when considering the expense budget, IBO typically asks who could be and who is actually being served by a program. In evaluating the preliminary plan, has IBO noticed any budget inequities, and have you seen any budget inequities addressed in the preliminary plan?
As we flagged, we were proud to publish a report yesterday on property tax, and we do draw your attention to the exciting page considerations because of the equity issues in the potential property tax rate increase. Our full published report will be issued March 24th, and we would intend to share more details then. But as Logan Clark, our colleague, testified at the equity hearing, part of the challenge in understanding equity is the current structure of the budget's units of appropriation, a topic that I will not let go of, makes it very hard to understand the nuances of how different agencies are actually allocating their funding.
Thank you. I know I've had many conversations with you all on this topic, and I appreciate you trying to figure out how to assess this, given the lack of transparency in how we do the budget in New York City, which I hope to continue to work with everybody here to ensure that the administrations actually comply with the charter that state they are supposed to give us more units of appropriation so we can actually make an assessment on whether or not they're spending the money equitably and or receiving money equitably across the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll go to Majority Leader Abreu.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank you, Louisa, for your presentation and for making yourself available outside of this forum as well. Mayor Mamdani promised on the campaign trail to double the budget of the Department of Consumer Worker Protection. The preliminary plan does not reflect this promise, as the fiscal 2027 budget totals $74.7 million, actually a slight decrease from $75.1 million at fiscal 2026 adoption. Has the IBO ever projected the impact of DCWP spending on restitution for consumers and workers?
We have not, but are you asking us to?
I would love to see that.
Well, we'll take that as a question. Thank you.
And I'm assuming the answer is going to be the same for the next question. Has the IBO conducted any studies on the effects of increased wages on deliveristas and the broader city economy?
We have not studied that, but again, we find it a very interesting question.
Great. I think this is an area where there's increasing, regulation, and of course, it will be important to us to understand what the cost is going to be to the city and whether or not the commitment set out by the administration on implementing this is something that we can see through. Regarding BHERD, in November 2025, the Adams administration released a plan to transition BHERD to be fully funded and operated by H&H, removing FDNY from the program. FDNY EMTs previously assigned to BHERD will be reassigned, and the BHERD teams will now consist of a social worker, RN, and ambulance driver. The financial plan includes $45 million in fiscal 26 for BHERD. In January 2026, IBO released a report identifying areas for improvement within BHERD. BHERD response times have been rising steadily since the start of the program in 2021. The median BHERD response time has risen from 12 minutes in Q4 of fiscal 21 to roughly 21 minutes in Q3 of fiscal 2025. How does IBO anticipate BHERD's response times changing under the new model?
Yes, as you noted, our colleague Cassandra Stewart also testified at a hearing last week. I think one other aspect of our report that's really critical to point out is the way that the pilot has been scaled up. And so if you think about the initial start of the pilot was 3 precincts and 2 teams, and if you were to assume that level of staffing for the number of precincts that are now currently in the program, we estimate that could be up to 20 teams, and currently it's at 9. So I think in order for, it's not just about the transition of where the program is operating from, but also the appropriate staffing level. I will also note that response times to emergency calls or non-BHERD emergency calls are also on the rise, and so I think there are larger questions about the system as a whole and call processing times for emergency calls.
Do you see response times improving or not improving?
I think it depends on the level of, if the level of staffing remains the same, then we think there could still be challenges because it's not just about the response time, but also these teams are spending longer time on scene, and so there's less availability for a new team if a call comes in.
In the first 3 quarters of fiscal 2025, only 38.5% of emotional disturbed person or EDP calls deemed eligible for a BHERD response were actually assigned to a BHERD team. The metric was worse in fiscal 2025 than it was in any other year of the BHERD pilot. How does IBO anticipate this metric changing under the new model?
Yeah, again, I do think that over that time frame, the pilot area did expand, and so we do think that taking a really critical look at the call volumes by precinct is really important. We actually have a companion report that does look at that. So I think there really needs to be a geographical analysis of what the appropriate staffing level is.
And my last question is, has IBO assessed long-term capital savings due to PAC conversions regarding NYCHA PAC conversions?
Yeah. IBO has written and looked at what the status of NYCHA's fiscal position is and how it plans to utilize PACT RAD conversions and also the NYCHA trust that was created. In terms of its capital needs, NYCHA's capital needs are very well documented, and the federal government has not met its historic promise that it would cover capital expenses for housing units that are substantially below market. And so how those two relate are really central questions. I'd be happy to talk with you and your staff further on this topic.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we are running a little behind schedule, so if you guys could make sure to stick to 5 minutes, which you guys are doing a great job at, so I appreciate that. And next we're going to have questions from Majority Whip Hanks, followed by Councilmember Hudson, and then Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your testimony. I just needed a little bit of clarity in parts of your testimony. The speaker asked you a question about property tax. Is the property tax needed? And as part of your response, you said that the property tax system currently affects renters. I think as part of your, correct me if I'm wrong, can you explain a little bit about how the current property tax system is affecting renters, low-income renters? I think that's what.
Yeah. So what I was flagging were equity concerns in should the property tax be raised, and that any property tax increase is borne by, obviously, property tax owners, but that also renters bear property tax increases, as landlords traditionally pass those on to renters, and renters have far fewer means to dispute that increase in comparison to other classes. But this is a very in-depth, complicated process, and we encourage you to read our report. It's really exciting.
100%, but for the purpose of this this hearing, we also want the public to understand that any property tax increase, let's just assume, which it is not, that the current property tax is fair across all boroughs. Being from Staten Island, we pay a higher property tax than they do in, let's say, Park Slope, Brooklyn. And so when you're talking about that pass-through, it's always going to be the end user that deals or has to deal with the consequences of any type of raising of anything. So what we'd like to know is that is the administration going to be doing more of those, digging into more of those inequities, first and foremost, borough-wide, citywide, and, is this analysis going to really reflect the true the unfair practices that the property tax system currently has when it comes to how each borough is treated?
So thank you for your questions, and to be super precise, the IBO's report is on property tax rate setting, which is part of the larger property tax system, and we were simply trying to explain how the rates work. We appreciate your questions and would be happy to talk with you in depth more, but we were talking about a slice of the overall system.
Thank you. One more question. Part of your testimony, we said, so New York City spends more than anyone in education per student. So you're saying that some of these due process cases are the reasons for like one of the things that we can close the gap. Spending on these cases, which are filed by public and non-public students seeking special education services outside of the public school system, has grown from $807 million in 2021 to $1.2 billion in 2025. Can we talk about what is, driving this spending, and if there could be any, reasons that we can use this as part of the original budget for students?
So every student has the right to be educated in New York City, and we were not implying that students do not have that right. What we were looking at is the rapid escalation in costs, and we've been continuing to look very carefully at exactly how the process is set up, who is applying for due process, where are they being educated, and how is that system functioning? And we would appreciate the opportunity to talk more with you, but again, we want to stress that we're not implying that eliminating the system, we're rather challenging the rapid increase in costs in the system.
Oh, I appreciate that. My questions were for clarity.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Right,
I'm
it's just
sure I
for
was
clarity,
unclear.
because again, these are open to the public, and
Yes,
Yes.
said a
absolutely.
lot of things in here that, for clarification, so that was the reason of my question.
I just wanted to clarify also that the cases that we were talking about due to the state law are a portion of these total due process cases. In general, under the federal IDEA Act, students are entitled to, file these cases when public schools are not able to provide the services. So we were just talking about this state law that changed the rules under which non-public school students could also avail of due process cases.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Also, we've been joined by council members Nurse, Carr, and Dinowitz. And Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you so much, Chair, and hello, good afternoon. As referenced in your testimony and also in this most recent line of questioning, yesterday you released a helpful explainer laying out how New York City sets property taxes. You note that while the state sets property values for tax purposes, the city sets the rates, which are subject to state-imposed caps and oversight. One issue many of us are looking to address is the overtaxation of cooperative buildings to ensure middle income, and in my district, specifically Black and brown households, are not priced out of their homes. Can you please confirm that the state, under New York Real Property Tax Law, Section 1802, groups together all residential buildings with 4 or more units, including co-ops and condos, into one property tax cap?
New York State defines 4 property tax classes. Class 1 being residential properties with 1 to 3 units, small residential properties, and Class 2 being residential properties with 4 or more units. So that includes both cooperatives, condominiums, and rental buildings.
Thank you. And if the City Council wanted to set the tax class share lower for different types of Class 2 properties, do you believe the council has the authority to do so, or must it maintain uniform class shares for all Class 2 properties?
I'm going to start with saying I'm not a lawyer.
Fair,
but,
me neither.
New York State sets a cap on how much each share can grow compared to the year before or shrink by 5%, and council has the authority, is enabled to set the share less than 5% if it wishes, and has in the past. So that is, there's a cap at the state level, but then there's also discretion at city council level.
Thank you. And based on your analysis of the property tax system, what do you believe is the reason co-op shareholders are voicing concern regarding high property taxes?
There are so many questions and issues with our property tax system, both on how we value properties for taxable purposes and the differences between market values and taxable values. There are also many choices made on how the total tax levy is allocated across the 4 types of property classes, and all of that leads to eventually boiling down to the property tax bill that a building or a household is getting. And for co-ops, I think there's certainly a lot of discussion on how to predict what is going to happen to bills year to year. And for residents who are living on fixed incomes or who bought when values were much lower than what they are now, they're facing changes and how to have maintenance change to reflect those charges. Thank you.
I appreciate that answer. And then I'd like to also briefly talk about the administration's proposal to potentially raise property taxes to 13.45%, which would be, as you mentioned, a 9.5% increase. What types of Class 2 properties would be impacted with the greatest tax increase under this proposal?
So Class 2 and Class 4 properties, Class 2 being large residential buildings and Class 4 being commercial and industrial buildings, are responsible for about 80% of the total property tax levy. Within Class 2, as I mentioned, we have rental buildings and we have cooperatives and condominiums. There is, under state law, a partial tax abatement for co-ops and condos in an effort to try and make them taxed more similar to how 1 to 3 family houses are taxed. And so even within Class 2, there is differences on how this tax increase would fall, Class 2 being one of the largest generators of property taxes.
And then do you know the demographics of these homeowners?
That's a great question, and we can look into it.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Councilmember Marte.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to follow up with the taxes because I have one of the highest foreclosure and different things going in our city. And we have to be mindful because it's the most vulnerable New Yorkers that are going to be affected the most. So to follow up, we are in the middle of a housing affordability crisis. From IBO's perspective, how might increasing property taxes affect the economic of building rental housing in New York City?
It is clear that raising property taxes adds to the cost of operating and maintaining a building year over year. This would hit every type of property in New York City. As I mentioned, particularly it would hit Class 2 and Class 4 properties because they are responsible for generating a larger dollar amount of property taxes.
I say 80%?
80%, roughly 80% between those two in 2025, so last year.
So from your perspective, is that a reasonable things to do since we're in a crisis right now? People are out there, cannot even have space.
So IBO is agnostic on opinions, but we did in our testimony highlight the challenges and also tried to identify other mechanisms that we believe are available to address the overall necessity of presenting a balanced budget.
Thank you. Now I'm going to switch to medicine since I'm a nurse. On January 5th, 2026, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services issues a memo implementing significant changes to the federal government recommended PEDS, which is our pediatric vaccination schedule. The Federal Vaccine for Children programs covers the course of recommended vaccines for the children who are uninsured, underinsured, Medicaid eligible, or enrolled, and we're talking about the American Indian, Alaskan, Native, and more than 1,000 participating healthcare providers across the city. Because the VFC programs only covers vaccines included in the federal schedule, further changes could shift the cost of certain vaccines from the federal funding to the state, the city, and potentially families. In March 2026, IBO released a report outlining the potential impact of the federal vaccine funding and the policy changes on New York City. The fiscal 2027 preliminary plan includes $282.3 million for DOHMH, disease prevention and treatment program area. How much of this funding support childhood vaccination programs, and does IBO anticipate needing to increase funding if federal vaccine coverage changes?
Yes, thank you. We do also note in our report that although the federal guidance changed, the New York State Department of Education, as well as the governor, has stated that the New York State requirements will not change. And so that is something that we're really closely tracking to see if there is a decline in the funding for the vaccine program, because 60% of New York City students are eligible to receive, and over 1,000 providers participate in that program. So we do also note that the vaccine changes the recommendations that were changed are those that have had higher cases in the past recent years, particularly RSV, for very, very vulnerable young babies as potentially fatal. So that's something that we plan to keep tracking, the infection rates, to kind of see what might be some of the impacts of these changes.
Yeah, because the dangerous part of it, some folks don't even want to vaccinate their kids.
Well, and those trends were already beginning prior to this.
Yeah, and the conversation about not vaccinating is scary. And it's very unstable right now anyway. In the first quarter of fiscal 2026, 63.5% of children ages from 24 to 35 months were up to date on immunization, a slight decline, like we were just talking, from the same period on fiscal 2025 and below the 70% target. How does IBO anticipate vaccine schedule complementation rate changes if federal recommendation continues? Because we're talking about the big, beautiful, ugly bills, And then when it goes deeper with the cut, that's the concern that I have.
Yes, and that's something that we are also very closely tracking. We do note that the New York City Department of Health has joined into a group of other states to, sort of, but we do think that this federal change is going to really play out differently in different states, depending on the decisions of state leaders. And that's a real risk in terms of who is coming into New York State, and not knowing their prior vaccination status. And so I think this is something that we will be closely tracking going forward. It's hard to tell what might happen right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Councilmember Marte, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. Last year, Mayor Adams stopped the plan to put municipal retirees on Medicare Advantage. In the past, the IBO has testified that this Medicare Advantage plan was misguided and would not actually save the city $600 million, as proponents of this plan said it would. Does IBO still maintain this position? And does IBO believe that the cost of municipal retirees, traditional Medicare, warrants privatization as a cost-saving measure?
IBO has been carefully tracking what is happening with the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund, and we have been particularly noting that the trend has been to withdraw money from it. One of the proposed savings, as you noted, was to switch retirees who are eligible for Medicare over to Medicare Advantage. That did not happen, and so IBO is very much looking forward to learning from the administration what the plan is for the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund going forward. And we would like to note that in this budget, the Mamdani administration put notable amounts of funding in to cover the health insurance differential between the city's HIP and now the NICE PPO plans, which is recognizing with taxpayer dollars in this budget that the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund is out of money. And that is something the city comptroller noted at a report at the very end of 2025 last year.
Thank you for that. Switching over to NYCHA. Recently, the Trump administration has proposed capping rental assistance for able-bodied adults to 2 years. NYCHA's resident data book from January 2025 indicate that an average tenancy of 27.2 years in Section 9. How devastating would it be if we switched to the Trump administration proposal of allowing 2-year limits for able-bodied adults? And do you have any analysis on the rise of homelessness with the cost associated with that as well?
This is a great question, and I want to point to IBO wrote about federal changes being proposed and how they relate to public housing and how they would impact New York City as part of our Federal Changes Local Impact Series. And in that report, IBO noted that the 2-year cap being proposed would increase apartment turnover at a time when both Section 9 and Section 8 have extensive wait lists. So more households would be able to access affordable housing, but the 2-year cap would destabilize housing for many low-income tenants citywide with little prospect that such households could find affordable housing elsewhere.
Thank you for that response. Follow-up question on NYCHA. Recently, there was a investigative report that came out that said there were 6,700 units that were vacant in the NYCHA system. Has IBO done any analysis of how much it would cost to fix those units and how much money the city can save in future years if we're able to transition people from homeless shelters into these vacant apartments?
That is something we look forward to working with our partners at NYCHA to get more information on the conditions of those apartments and their process for turning apartments around for new renters.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Okay, great. Next we have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Carr.
Thank you very
and sorry, just want to recognize we've also been joined by Councilmember Brooks Powers and Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the work that you did when I requested about what are the fines and fees that are uncollected. The question I have is, I know you mentioned that there's a hiring of Department of Finance in your testimony, so I'm wondering, I think you had a number as to what it might collect. It certainly wasn't the 2 billion. So my question is, do you think that is going to even collect what you suggested? Do they need more? What would be the answer, if there is one, to collecting more of these fines and fees, et cetera?
So IBO created that estimate by looking at what auditors generally are able to collect in particularly the corporate business tax. That's what the auditors are generally looking at. And so that's how we generated that estimate.
Okay. Second question is, you talked about the issue of Carter and Connell and the whole issue of more costs going towards private schools paying for young people who have IEPs. Is there a way of looking at if the Department of Education is to provide those kinds of schools, then we would not have this huge amount for Carter and Connor? Is that something that you can look at or you have looked at? There's a real delta there.
So we are continuing to work with our partners at the Department of Education to completely understand this rapidly increasing area and to balance the legal requirements of students for a fair education with the process surrounding it to understand how the costs are being driven.
Would that be a study to figure out what it would cost to build X schools versus what is being paid? Obviously, some students will always be part of the private school system. Yes. But it seems to me within that, there's a delta there that could in fact help with these costs. Is that something that you could look at?
We are in the process of pulling together as much information as we can, and yes, it will result in a study.
Okay. And then the pilot for Columbia, NYU, and others, do you have some sense of what it could bring in? Obviously, you can look at Harvard, you can look at Brown, you can look at Yale, they're all doing it. And is there some number that you might suggest for that?
So higher education and medical institutions forego about 1.5 billion in property taxes.
1.5, okay.
I also would like to note, though, that there is, with immigration restrictions on foreign students, changes to federal student loans, and also a lot of federal changes on how healthcare is funded. These are institutions that also have many financial questions themselves and are major employers for New York City.
Okay, so we want to be careful.
It's a balance.
We want to be careful what we're asking for. Is what
of
you're
course.
Saying. Okay. In terms of EDC, that's always an agency that seems to have a lot of money, but we never know how much. January 24, you did a report estimating from 2019 to 2024, they had an annual net revenue of $154 million from city-owned assets, but they only remitted $38 million per year over the previous 3 years. You recommended that EDC remit additional income, resulting in an additional $25 million. Has IBO conducted a follow-up analysis, and have you assessed how this additional revenue might impact EDC operations, and if it's really viable? Like I said, we never know what EDC has.
We have not, and we would welcome the authority to have better insight into EDC because it is not a mayoral agency.
I know.
We have no additional rights for requesting data, but we feel that it would be in taxpayers' interest to understand the details of what's occurring
What kind
at
of,
EDC.
where would that authority come from, city, state, or EDC board?
Probably a combination of the first and third.
Okay, we will work on that. And then just finally, you also talked about corporate taxes, and you mentioned that the big ugly bill, you called it something else, a big beautiful bill, that there was, obviously we all know, the nice gift to some of our corporations from that big ugly bill. So my question is there again a delta between what could, in fact, as there is a big concern about too much taxing means people leave the city, blah, blah, blah. But it seems to me that there is an opportunity to what I would call redo what the big ugly bill did, and it, without doing additional taxes. So you would just basically be doing undoing what the Trump administration has done, or am I wrong in what I'm saying?
No. Thank you for your question. We also agree that with the change in tax legislation on a federal level, there is an opportunity on the state and thus for the locality to shift. We think the precedent was set by the state in 2019 when they shifted tax brackets. As the feds were reducing, the state increased. And I'm going to hand it to Sarah for some more details.
One of the major changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill was to decouple, was to have depreciation on an accelerated schedule, and the governor's executive budget has proposed to decouple New York State from that. So that would be a major change for businesses where the break is on the federal side but would not be granted on the state.
Because that's a better message, like we're basically stating undo Trump as opposed to saying more taxes. We're basically saying get us back to where we were, which is a much better message. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Carr, followed by Councilmember Wong.
Thank you, Chair, Director. Always a pleasure to see you. My question is on NYPD headcount. The headcount for the NYPD has not reached its budgeted headcount of 35,000 for the last 5 consecutive years, 35,000 for the last 5 consecutive years. And I believe as of adoption back at last June, we were hovering around 33,000 plus. There's an extremely high attrition rate in the NYPD ranks, losing about 250 to 300 officers per month, and then you have recruiting challenges. And now the mayor wants to cut that headcount further, terminating the phase-in of 5,000 new officers. I'm not sure if that's what you were referring to in your testimony as more realistic budgeting. But it would save only $17.8 million, which is not much in the grand scheme of things for this coming year. And so I know the number always goes up in the out years, but we're concerned traditionally in this body with the high cost of NYPD overtime, and that's on pace for this fiscal year to be about $900 million. So my question is, how does continuing to erode the headcount at the NYPD impact overtime costs? Are we not being penny-wise, pound-foolish here?
So thank you for your question. Lovely to see you too. I am going to say what I've said repeatedly, namely we've done a study on this because we were very interested in the headcount, and we would be happy to share it with you again. But we looked carefully at years within the service and where overtime increased and decreased. And what we saw was an increase between years 17 and 20 in overtime. What I highlighted in my testimony was that the trajectory for years of overtime not decreasing, that curve has been bent by the current commissioner. And while the decreases are not enormous, it is of note that the decrease in that overtime is decreasing compared to the previous year.
Understood. And I think that, what's driving my questioning is, our borough has one of the lowest NYPD headcounts in Staten Island in decades. And that's compared to a population of about 150,000 at that time, compared to almost 500,000 now. And so I think that there's a growing need, and to have a lower headcount overall serving a much, much larger population is disturbing. But I'll move on to the tax question I have. I think a critical part of any budget inquiry should be analysis of the long-term impacts of raising taxes. And I saw the Citizen Budget Commission report that said while the number of high earners, millionaires in New York City has grown, it's lagged behind the nation's growth. So our share of the nation's millionaires plummeted 31% between 2010 and 2022, according to the study, while it grew in states like Texas and Florida. And it has to be in due to large part the fact that New York City has the highest combined tax rate in the nation. CBC further found that New York's shares stayed at 2010 levels. The state and the city would have collected, their tax rate stayed at 2010 levels. The state and city would have collected more than $13 billion in additional personal income tax revenue for 2022. Has the IBO made any similar analyses of the potential downstream and long-term impacts of the mayor's proposal to raise income, corporate, and property taxes?
So thank you for your question. I'm going to answer the first part on the PD specifically to Staten Island, and I'm going to say that that is also from our perspective an equity issue, and that we would very much appreciate the ability to understand, for example, size of precincts in relation to geography, and with the PD's current single unit of appropriation across the entire city, we can't do the analysis that you understand from your lived experience. And now I'm going to hand it to Sarah to talk about our personal income tax analysis for 2023 and our understanding of the high end of New York City filers.
To help address your question, yes, Texas and Florida have been adding more millionaires than New York City, but to just be clear, New York City already had a lot of millionaires, and they're still here. And the ones that have left were replaced by new wealthy households. In general, one always must balance how to decide how much revenue to generate out of a particular tax, and then also to think about who it's going to impact and what their decision-making will be. There has been a lot of rhetoric around whether the highest earners in New York City will leave New York City as a result of any personal income tax changes. And this is something we did not see that when there was a cap on SALT deductions that happened out of the last Trump tax bills. And I think in general, it's important to keep the perspective that there are many reasons why people want to live in New York City besides just how we structure our tax rates. That is one piece of an equation and certainly a household financial question, but also where people own their homes and where they send their children to schools.
So you're disputing the CBC analysis? You don't agree with what their figures say with respect to the personal income tax loss compared to what we would have had if we had a different tax burden or structure?
I think we are trying to answer the question in two different ways.
All right, well, my time is up, so I'll yield it back to the chair. But thank you for your answers to the earlier parts of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I'm biased, but I'm personally here for the food in Queens, which is amazing because of our amazing immigrant community. So I'll just put that out there. So we have Councilmember Wong, followed by Councilmember Morano.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm disappointed that the OMB chose to break from the normal course of preliminary budget hearings by testifying at the end instead of in the beginning. As the agency that primarily guides the mayor's budget process, the OMB director should have been the first out of the gate during the March preliminary hearings so that the council and the public could fully understand the administration's priorities. Given that now, before I get into my questions for IBO, I want to take a moment to talk about what my constituents are seeing and feeling right now. Families in Maspeth, Middle Village, Glendale, Ridgewood, Rico Park, and Elmhurst already feel like they are being taxed from every direction. They are paying more property taxes, income taxes, sales taxes, tolls, congestion pricing, and a growing list of penalties, fines, and fees. Now they're hearing about proposed property tax increase that could bring in roughly $3.7 billion a year, while at the same time there are discussions about bringing municipal parking meters into residential blocks. On top of that, homeowners are now being told that they must purchase city-mandated garbage cans, along with other costs, and continue to be pushed into them as unfunded mandates. At some point, enough is enough. The solution to our fiscal challenges cannot always be to tax more or charge more. Government has a responsibility to live within its means, prioritize core services, and ensure taxpayer dollars are being spent wisely. My constituents should not feel like that they are the city's ATM every time the budget gets tight. Now, a few questions. Regarding projections, conflicting projections, we have heard different numbers about the size of the budget gap from different sources, from the comptroller's independent analysis and from you. What projections should this council actually rely on?
Thank you. I would like to say that we are trying our best, and I regret we're not OMB. But that said, we use different mechanisms to forecast and project, and there are a variety of entities that forecast and project: City Council Finance, Office of Management and Budget, and the Controller, and we are all looking at approximately the same areas. We're just making judgments as to what we think will actually occur. And so we tried to discuss some of the judgments we have. For example, we are concerned about the overall state of the instability of the overall economy and how it manifests in New York City. And that's one of the reasons why we have a different perspective on revenues than the administration. We've also discussed with our peers in the Controller's Office different judgments as to what certain programs might cost, but we're all looking at approximately the same areas.
Okay, thank you. And my next question. When you look at the city's spending trajectory over the next several years, do you believe spending growth is occurring at a sustainable pace, or should the city be exercising more restraint?
We're agnostic on opinions. We believe there needs to be a balance, and we believe that the administration should be applauded for being accurate on what the expenditures are, and that the revenues need to meet the expenditures.
Okay. I have 1 minute left. I serve in the school board, and I've seen schools that's under-enroll. And it's my understanding there's a lot of schools out there, I'll tell you the number in a minute, that's been way below enrollment. In fact, there are below 150 kids in these schools that I've been examining. Now, before COVID, usually the mayor or chancellor will come in, hey, we got to combine these under-enrolled schools. But that hasn't happened since COVID. Is this something you have looked at? Because according to what I looked at, there are over 113 of them. And combining them makes sense and would save a lot of money because education is 40% of our budget. Can you talk about that?
Yes, and this is something that we have been tracking very closely at the funding, on the funding level as well, because one thing we noted was that there is no funding to hold schools harmless for these, so that's something that has been funded every year since COVID began and when enrollment started declining. So that's something that we noted is not in the budget. Now that could mean that they already have the funds budgeted to support that, but that's something that we haven't heard yet. And so it's possible that, and other chancellors have proposed combining schools, and so that's definitely something I think that could be on the table and something that we might see.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. So next we have Councilmember Morano, followed by Councilmember Mealy.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the very economical answers you've given to some very tricky questions. Your testimony notes that recent personal income tax growth is heavily driven by Wall Street bonuses and capital gains. If those are responsible for a significant share of revenue growth, are we effectively balancing the city budget on the fortunes of one industry?
The finance sector and other high-wage sectors are very much driving our personal income tax revenue. I will say that is not a new pattern for New York City.
So if the financial sector has a downturn, what percentage of the city's revenue growth could disappear?
It's hard to know the timing and size of that downturn, but certainly personal income tax revenue is driven by capital gains. So if Wall Street has a booming year and people decide to realize those capital gains, that shows up in the personal income tax. And how bonuses are given out by companies, those are all risks. There's also a lot of change happening in this sector, particularly with AI becoming a major part of this conversation.
You mentioned that complying with the state's class size mandate could require nearly 7,000 new teachers and billions in additional spending. From a fiscal perspective, understanding your agnosticism on opinions, is New York City increasingly becoming a pass-through government that pays for policies that are decided in Albany?
The state law requiring teacher size to change was not funded by Albany.
So what percentage of the city's long-term spending growth is now driven by state mandates rather than local policy choices that we've made?
That's a really interesting question. Thank you. We would look forward to answering that.
The speaker had asked you about the rainy day fund. The administration is using, under their plan, nearly $1 billion from the rainy day fund to balance the budget and promising to replenish it later. If the economy weakens before that happens, are we essentially spending our emergency reserves before the emergency arrives?
The emergency is not defined. That's why we talk about rules on a regular basis. We really recommend the definition of what is an emergency and what require, the details of what pays in, what pays out.
You note that city FEP spending could grow from under $300 million in 2021 to about $3.5 billion by 2030. Has IBO evaluated whether the outcomes, like reductions in homelessness, are growing at anything close to the same rate as the spending?
We do note that that is the largest mechanism for exits from shelter. And so I think one thing that we often struggle with is, what is the counterfactual? And that's a really hard question and not one that, we are able to find. So we do note that most of the rental assistance vouchers are going to those that, the vast majority are going to those that are exiting shelter.
So what I'm trying to understand is if spending increases tenfold, but the problem doesn't shrink proportionally, what does that tell us about the sustainability of the program?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I think that it's exacerbated by the pandemic and a lot of the struggles that people have faced since the pandemic. As well as some of the challenges on access to other benefits that are now also at risk. And so that putting increased pressure with not being eligible for SNAP or cash assistance and leaving even fewer resources for paying rent. And so I think the challenge is that there's a larger need for housing assistance. And I think the key piece is, to see what happens with new housing that is planned through City of Yes, whether and what rent those units are going to be available for, because that's the other key.
Finally, Councilmember Hanks asked you about attempts at property tax reform. This is something the mayor's talked about. The Mark Shaw Commission dealt with this extensively. Former chair of this committee, Brannon, dealt with it, as did a lot of folks across the aisle. Has the IBO done any analysis if we were to more equitably distribute property taxes with Albany's help, whether that would be something that would likely be revenue neutral, or would it lead to an increase or decrease in revenue?
IBO over the years has been a part of these conversations and has written extensively on all aspects and many areas of the property tax system. I think one of the fundamental questions is if changes are made to increase equity within and across the different property class shares, is it arranged in a revenue neutral way, which would mean some people are, quote, winners and some people are, quote, losers, or is it just changes that are phased in to be generating increased revenue? And those are questions for council here in the city and also with the state to make decisions on.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so next we have, thank you, Councilmember Mealy, and then followed by Councilmember Justin Sanchez. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so Councilmember Justin Sanchez, you are up, followed by Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you so much for being here. Quickly, we briefly spoke about some of the major events that are happening, such as the World Cup. I am curious because I didn't see any increased budget allocation in terms of sanitation to help account for this increased tourism. So I wanted to know, for events such as this in the past, and as we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of America and all the other great fun things that this summer will bring, are there any major events like this that have had these kind of budget allocations for some of these agencies in the past? And then, are there any understanding of how other American cities have dealt with events of this scale in their budgeting to prepare? Or do we know that yet?
Sarah.
So one of the things that we're very much thinking about is there's both security questions, so police and overall presence on our streets as we have an influx of people for the World Cup, transportation costs. I know the city is working very hard to identify how to get people from New York City to the Meadowlands for these games in an efficient manner with its partners with New Jersey Transit and the MTA. There's always questions about the size and scale of that, and I think this is something we would look particularly to be in the executive budget to acknowledge those. In terms of the city is also trying to think about what it gets out of having the World Cup in our backyard, which is very exciting. You have hotels and entertainment. If people come to New York specifically for these games, hotel prices are going to be very high. That's good for the hotel industry and hotel taxes. But it also means it might scare away some other tourists. If hotel prices are high, they might go visit a different American city. And so that's something that we're all thinking about in terms of the World Cup.
Also, are there any other potential shortfalls outside of the World Cup or, the 250th anniversary coming up that we might not be paying attention to that we should be looking at as we go over this upcoming year's budget?
I think we're really hopeful that our snowstorms are past us, because those were previously in costs that were not reflected in the budget.
And thank you. And quickly turning to revenue generation, cities such as Miami, Albany have residential parking permits that for its residents that while generating revenue also open up parking spots for actual residents. I'm curious if there are any studies or things that you have seen to see how this could potentially help be a revenue generator in the city of New York.
Yes, so we have looked at parking permits, and Sarah will give some details.
Generally, we've looked at what other cities do, and generally one approaches parking permits as trying to allow the free curb space to go to people who live in the neighborhood. One of the challenges is if you're setting a fee, it's supposed to match the cost to administer the program. So in terms of revenue generation, there's questions on you want to have a permit, but you don't want it actually to be a way of just creating money, then it looks like a tax. There's also just a lot of decisions that need to be made if the city were to pursue this along the lines of what visitors do and how you address commercial corridors where people might want to park and then be able to shop.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Happy to talk about that topic.
Okay, Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you, Chair, and deeply appreciate your responses and how concise and clear you have been throughout this process. So thank you for that. I wanted to follow up a little bit on the NYCHA piece, particularly in terms of the potential consolidation of Section 8 and Section 9. Can you talk to us a little bit about, what you see as the potential impacts to NYCHA if that were to happen?
This was also something we covered in our Federal Changes Local Impacts Report on NYCHA from this past fall. So the federal government has proposed an arrangement that would create a state rental assistance block grant, and it would be a single block grant for addressing housing programs that it currently operates as separate programs. This would allow greater state discretion on how to designate and allocate funding, but the amount that it was proposing would be a lower amount of funding than New York City currently gets for these distinct programs from HUD. Particularly for NYCHA, this would mean a smaller overall funding pool and would also require the state and the city to make difficult choices on how to allocate housing funding if it has a smaller overall dollar amount across various programs.
Do you have a sense of what the reduction would look like in actual terms?
So far, this has been more of an idea floated and less of a policy proposal from the federal government.
Thank you. So in terms of on the RAD Pact side, first of all, definitely want to underscore our interest in you're looking at the question around vacant units in NYCHA and how we can, the process to getting units back online, the cost. It has been an absolute pain point for the city as we are in the middle of a housing crisis to know that there are 6,000 potential plus units sitting empty is, mind-blowing. So look forward to your work on that. But in terms of RAD impact conversions in particular, do we know what portion of the potential $30 billion in capital funds that would be attainable through conversions would be attributed to PACT conversions and what might be contributed to the trust?
I can speak to my understanding. I think NYCHA would be more specific, able to give more specifics.
Probably not.
But my understanding is that the capital budget funding for these conversions is a larger pot of money, and then as specific developments vote to go, tenants get to vote whether they want to go through a RAD PACT conversion or through the NYCHA Trust program or remain Section 9. That's a whole process in and of itself that IBO has written on. But as projects select into one option or another, then funding out of the capital budget is allocated for those projects.
Has NYCHA reported to you at all? Have you looked at where the trust is currently and if there has been any progress in developing that model and moving units through that?
I think we need to talk to our partners at NYCHA.
We'd love a look at that as well as another option. So in terms of if, given the current state of affairs, is your sense that, well, actually, I'll retract that question. In terms of, could you talk to us a little bit about city FEPS? Obviously, we've seen the program increase exponentially, and yet we are sitting here with a housing crisis, and we obviously have pumped in a huge amount of money into a shelter system that is seemingly more expensive, both in the short and long term, than using very effective housing vouchers. Have you looked at ways potentially some of those costs could be decreased, or if there are drivers that we could look at more intently on how to make sure this program gets support it needs?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think there could be a lot better reporting on the share of City of FEPS apartments that are rent stabilized, and in terms of the current cases and also new vouchers that are given, and also looking at some more data on the dimensions of apartments, so the bedroom size, the household size, and that would give us some sense of also the level of rent. And I think the increases in rent are a key driver to the costs that are being projected, in addition to the rate of attrition for voucher holders, and that's also something that we don't have information on. So I think some more information on these areas could help us better understand what is happening on the supply side.
Great, thank you. And next we have Councilmember Mealy. You are going to make a statement, right? And then
Yes,
followed by Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Thank you. I just want to commend you, Director. You're the first of my knowledge that at least gave us a blueprint of what to do. You want us to ask OMB and the city agencies within a week about revenues. Why does the administration remain as optimistic about the national and local economy in light of such events such as the Supreme Court on tariffs and the war in Iran? I'm glad that you've given us these questions to ask them, even though they should have been here earlier before you. But I just want to thank you for putting these questions out there, letting us know what we need to ask them just as well. So thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As I said, they're questions that we're curious about. So thank you for hosting us.
Great. And then Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. It's great to see you. I just only had one question, which is, what is IBO's perspective on the city's preliminary budget, and have you identified any specific areas for efficiency or cost savings to address the fiscal deficit? And I know the council issued a statement about a day or so ago in terms of where there could be some potential resources to plug that hole, but I'm curious from your perspective what that looks like.
Thank you for your question. We do have a series of research thinkings on called What Ifs, which used to be called budget options. about thinking about how government could do services differently, many of them being either increased outcomes or decreased costs. One area that we flagged this year were the cost of supplies, where we think that if a cap were put on what the city may spend on supplies right now, a cap of 90% of the current allocated amounts, about $200 million could be saved simply by that action. So there are areas within the budget where we think there wouldn't be necessarily major changes in how agencies function. Supplies are unusual because if you look at the spending rate, there tends to be a large spend at the end of the fiscal year, which from agency operations is something, is sometimes the perspective of there's additional money, and so they wait till the last quarter and then surge. Perhaps those items aren't as necessary as those purchased regularly throughout the year. That's why we're considering the cap.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. And I think with that, we're actually done with this portion of the testimony. So thank you so much for coming in and being with us. Thank you. And next we're going to next we are going to move into our comptroller. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I forgot. There is one more question. Just clarifying on the 681 that you guys had mentioned, does that include fringe costs for the vacancy question that we had?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, perfect. That's what that was one clarification I just wanted to ask. Okay. And the estimates of PS accruals in FY26 is about, oh wait, did I already ask this one? Yeah. Okay, perfect, thank you.
You can ask.
Okay.
You can ask.
Okay, so I can ask, okay. Sorry. And the estimates of the PS accruals in FY26 is about $680 million, and the financial plan includes a placeholder for agency savings of $710 million in that same year. And it sounds like the agencies can make almost full savings number just by accounting for accruals and not actually taking any affirmative steps to finding savings. And would you agree with that assessment?
I think I'm not entirely sure. I think we want to wait and see what comes out of the CSO reports. And yeah, I'd have to take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. And now we can actually go into the next section, which is with our comptroller, who I know is here. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, first of all, we want to welcome our controller, Mark Levine, and his team who are here. And I know the members have a number of different questions. I am going to turn it over to Chair Lee. I'm going to be in and out. I do have questions that I'm going to be asking, but I'm going to first turn it over to Chair Lee.
Okay. Hello, Comptroller Levine.
Hello, Chair Lee.
I know, saying it very
And
formal.
hello, Speaker Menon.
Okay, so we're going to quickly swear you in, and then you can go ahead right into your testimony.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Comptroller Levine?
Yes, I do.
Deputy Comptroller Brandisi? I do. And Deputy Comptroller Olson?
I do.
You may begin.
Ready? Okay. It's a very different perspective from here. I like it. Well, good afternoon again, council members, Chair Lee, Speaker Menon, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the mayor's preliminary budget and financial plan. I'm pleased to be joined today by Executive Deputy Comptroller for Budget and Finance, Francesco Brindisi, and Deputy Comptroller for Budget, Krista Olson. Council members, I had the pleasure of sitting where you are for 8 years and of following the budget closely for the 4 years since. And I can tell you that in all that time, I and we have never seen a fiscal challenge as big as the one we face now. We know that in part because Mayor Mamdani and his administration have provided the most honest and transparent accounting of the budget we have seen in years. The mayor's budget proposal accurately acknowledges billions in costs that in years past were routinely under budgeted.
Oh, wait, sorry, one quick question.
No problem.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Do you have copies of the?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I don't know.
Sorry, just a logistics question.
I think we do, but.
Yeah, Chris.
I love it. It's from a place of love.
Okay. We had budget cuts in the comptroller's office.
Yes, I know. Savings
Efficiency
plan.
savings
plan,
already.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry, I
All
didn't
right,
mean to
that's
interrupt.
$12 off our budget gap right there.
Thank you.
No problem, no problem. Can I continue?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks to the mayor's transparency, we have the clearest view yet of where New York City stands fiscally. And here's what we see. New York City is quite simply spending more than it takes in. So now we're confronted with a choice. Do we begin addressing this imbalance now and put the city on a stronger, more sustainable fiscal path? Or do we kick the can into next year and leave ourselves vulnerable at a moment of deep economic uncertainty? I want to take a moment to address a simple question. If the economy is strong, why is our budget so out of whack? New York City's economy grew by a healthy pace last year, with real wage income rising by nearly 3%. Wall Street bonuses are higher this season than any year in history. And every major source of city tax revenue, apart from corporate taxes, is rising. Personal income tax, real property taxes, and sales taxes. Unfortunately, our expenses are growing even faster, which we now see clearly thanks to the mayor's transparency. For example, rental assistance costs, mainly our housing voucher program, CityFEPS, an essential lifeline for tens of thousands of families, has been growing at 4% per month and is projected by my office to reach $2.6 billion next year. For perspective, this is larger than the entire annual expense budget of HPD. The cost of special education due process claims, also known as Carter cases, is expected to reach $1.5 billion next year, tripling since fiscal year 2019. Our education budget overall now totals $36.9 billion, up 31.5% since 2020, even as school enrollment has fallen by 100,000 students during that time. These are just a few examples of rapidly growing expenses. Because the mayor's preliminary budget now reflects these costs, it projects total spending of $127 billion in the coming fiscal year, an increase of $5.5 billion over last year. To balance the budget, despite the rapid growth in expenses, the administration relies on a variety of measures, including 4 that I want to highlight: optimistic revenue projections, drawing down reserves, reduced prepaid expenses, and raising property tax levy close to the constitutional limit. Each of these steps deserves scrutiny because each comes with its own set of fiscal risks. First, the mayor's revenue projection. His plan increases the baseline tax estimate by $4.1 million for FY27 compared to the November plan. Even the mayor himself has called this projection, quote, aggressive. In fact, the new revenue estimates my office has released today, you can see it in this book here, also available online. We show revenue coming in at $1.8 billion lower than the mayor's projections for FY26 and 27. How is it that OMB got such a high revenue estimate? They did that by assuming that the bull market that fueled the financial industry in 2024 and 2025 continues in 2026, in what OMB refers to as another, quote, exceptional year. In their scenario, The securities industry would add 8,200 jobs over the next 2 years, triple what my office projects, with total financial industry wages growing by nearly twice what my office projects. Then there's the draining of reserves. The mayor's plan takes $2.6 billion from reserves over FY 26 and 27, drawing from the Revenue Stabilization Fund, the city's rainy day fund, the Retirees Health Benefits Trust, as well as the in-budget reserves for next year. These reserves exist to protect the city during economic downturns or against federal cuts and unexpected shocks. Drawing them down now, when revenues are at record level, reduces our ability to respond when the next crisis actually arrives. The mayor's plan also draws down prepaid expenses, a step that has received little attention but warrants a closer look. For decades, rolling over prepaid expenses has been an important fiscal tool, allowing the city to carry operating surplus forward to the following year. In FY 25, the city carried $3.8 billion in prepaid expenses. But under the mayor's plan, that drops to just $238 million for FY 26, a 94% decline. While the mayor's proposal is technically in balance for FY 26, when we account for both the reduced operating surplus and the rainy day fund drawdown, the plan indicates that operating expenses this year will actually exceed revenues by $4.5 billion. And then there's the mayor's proposal to raise property taxes. Our current property tax system is profoundly unequal, with the brownstone owner in Park Slope paying a much lower rate than a brownstone owner in East New York, among many other inequities and inconsistencies across the city. Raising property tax rates would simply compound the harm done by an already unfair system, while simultaneously exacerbating our housing affordability crisis. For this reason alone, I strongly oppose raising them. But there's another concern that you might not be aware of. Raising rates 9.5%, as the mayor has proposed, brings us just short of the constitutional limit for our property taxes, which would mean we have little room to maneuver should we face an economic crisis in the future. And just what are the chances of an economic crisis ahead for New York City? While both the U.S. and New York City economies showed some resilience in 2025, the recovery has been uneven. Outside the single sector of healthcare, specifically home health aides, New York City's private sector employment actually declined over the past year by 38,000 jobs. And looking ahead, the uncertainties are growing. The most immediate risk to the economy now is geopolitical. The recent strikes on Iran and the expanding conflict there have already rattled financial markets and driven up oil prices. If disruptions to energy supply or global shipping intensify, the resulting inflation and market volatility could weaken economic growth. Other risks are emerging as well. Rapid advances in artificial intelligence may become labor substituting, reducing demand for some of the core occupations that anchor New York City's economy. At the same time, if AI-driven gains in productivity and profitability arrive more slowly or prove more limited than markets currently anticipate, the downside risk to asset prices could be significant. Additional uncertainties include a potential resurgence of inflation, continued volatility around tariffs, and the prospect of more widespread deportations under Trump's draconian policies. All of these economic risks could challenge the optimistic assumptions built into the mayor's financial plan. And if the economy underperforms these projections, the city will have far less in reserves to absorb the shock. Taken together, the strategies used to balance this budget, aggressive revenue assumptions, driving down reserves, reducing prepaid expenses, and raising the property tax levy close to its limit, shift fiscal risk into the future. If the economy performs exactly as the mayor has projected, the plan will hold. But if revenues fall short, the city could face sudden budget gaps at a time when our reserves and fiscal flexibility have already been reduced. It will take the efforts of every player in local government, all of us, to achieve a budget that avoids these risks. We will need more help from Albany in the form of more equal funding formulas and potentially new revenue streams. We will need to find a way to slow the growth of rapidly rising city expenses. We'll need to find greater efficiencies and savings in every city agency. And given that the current budget plan relies heavily on the assumption that New York City's economy overall, and specifically the financial sector, will continue to thrive here, we must also do more to slow the departure of jobs to Texas and other parts of the nation. None of this will be easy. Every step we need to take will be politically challenging. But the alternative is to pass a budget in June which pushes the risk off into the year ahead, at a moment when both our fiscal outlook and our economic competitiveness face growing uncertainty. Despite the challenges of this moment, I am confident we will get through this. New York City has the most dynamic and diverse economy in America. We have the most talented and creative workforce anywhere in the nation. And we are a global capital of everything from finance to fashion, from technology to the arts. If we do the hard work now to build a smarter and more sustainable budget, I have no doubt that our city will emerge from this moment stronger and more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comptroller. So I'm just going to dive right into some questions before I pass it along to my colleagues. So just talking about underspending a little bit. On January 28th, the mayor made an unusual announcement that the budget he inherited faced a $12 billion shortfall in key areas, largely related to social services. And to make the point, he cited in part analysis from your office calling out the under-budgeting. Then on February 17th, he released his preliminary budget that addressed these shortfalls. And this morning, as you mentioned, the report showing that the expense budget still underestimates spending needs by $1.4 billion across fiscal years 26 and 27. So can you explain why you still see underspending in the budget? And is it that the administration didn't fully reflect the full underspending need, or have your cost estimates changed? If you could give us a sense of that.
Now look, we have a gap because we have a systemic imbalance between what we spend and what we bring in. And that is the challenge that we are all facing in this budget process. And we put a number on it in January, at $12 billion between this fiscal year and next fiscal year. And to the mayor's enormous credit, he embraced it, and he presented a preliminary budget that gives a fair accounting of expenses in a way that we haven't seen in years. So he put it in stark terms. And we've had some good news since January. We had the best Wall Street bonus season that we've ever had, and that allowed us to revise our revenue projections up. We also got an already announced additional assistance from the governor of about $1.5 billion. And the mayor has announced a plan to secure some efficiencies that details of which will be announced on May 20th to the tune of about $1.7 billion. So we've made various measures to close that gap down. The rest of it, though, is largely still there. And it's closed by drawing down on prepaid expenses this year, by drawing from our reserves, by adding in a property tax. And I can add some new details in the report we put out today. We've done an updated analysis. What I announced in January is obviously a little outdated. And we believe that we're coming in with revenue projections that are a little bit less aggressive than the mayor. Again, the mayor's assuming Wall Street keeps booming at the current pace, which could happen, and I hope it happens, but we're being a little more cautious, and that difference there is part of the gap that we see remaining.
Okay. And then the re-estimates that you gave in your budget analysis, so as you mentioned, the revenue expenses, there's a $3.6 billion gap for fiscal year 26 and 27, and this gap includes the assumption of the proposed property tax increases, which you just mentioned. Without the increase, the gap would be 7.3, right? It would actually be higher in your estimates. So based on this analysis and the testimony you gave, so does this still mean you believe the property tax, the property increase is necessary?
Yeah, we wanted to put on the table every challenge we have to overcome. And so we have a little bit of more cautious revenue projection, and that I think is about 1.8 billion difference between this and next fiscal year. We actually did identify some expenses we think the mayor is still undercounting. This is nothing like the systemic under-budgeting of years past, but in a couple of areas I can talk about, there's a little bit, we believe, of underestimating expenses. Like the council, I appreciated your statement of objecting to the drawdown of reserve funds. And then lastly, there is the property tax increase, which we all agree we'd rather avoid. That together leaves us with about $7 billion of work that we have to focus on together to find savings or new revenues to plug those holes.
Okay, great. And so how do you propose, sort of digging a little deeper, the city address those additional shortfalls that exist? Is it reserves, other tax increases, service cuts? And then what happens in the scenario that the state doesn't approve the additional tax increases?
Look, I don't think we should be drawing down reserves at a time when the economy is growing and tax revenue is increasing. The rainy day fund exists for tough times, for a recession or some kind of shock we're not expecting, such as, God forbid, a pandemic or some major shock. None of that applies right now. This isn't a rainy day by any definition. This should not be the circumstances under which we draw down from the fund. So I join you, Chair Lee, in opposing that. What do we do? We're going to need progress on a lot of fronts. We're going to need help from Albany. We send more money to Albany every year than we get back. By far, we're an economic engine for New York State, and we don't get our fair share of a variety of programs that have funding formulas that disadvantage us, and that should be fixed. And I'll give you one example. Aid to Independent Municipalities, known as AIM. We don't get any money. Other municipalities do. If we got what they get on a per capita basis, our analysis shows we'd get $2 billion a year. That's just one example of a way that we're not getting our fair share. We're going to need more help on that. I know we have a lot of friends in Albany fighting for that, and I hope we do. We're going to need to find more efficiencies. The mayor's made a good first step in the plan that he's reporting out on March 20th. I think we're going to have to go farther. And the next step will be a little bit tougher. But I just don't see that we have a choice right now. And then we're going to have to curb some of the fast-growing expenses. I laid them out. This is the most difficult thing any of us are going to have to take on because it touches vital programs. But I think we can do it in smart, tactical ways that slow the growth without removing benefits that anyone currently depends on. If we do all that, I think we can get there. It won't be easy. This is a heavy lift, but I'm here today to give the message that we have to do this work over the next 3 months.
Definitely, and totally agree. We need to do the work together on this because it takes a village. And you and I were both up in Albany for Tin Cup Day, and we were all advocating for help, especially with AIM, because we did used to receive that funding and are no longer receiving it.
Yeah.
So I know that, have you also looked at identifying areas where there might be over budgeting, where the city may see accruals? So I know typically there have been savings that occur every year, like debt service savings, which averages about $300 million annually. And so just wanting to know if there was any analysis for areas for over budgeting as well.
Yes, of course. We look hard for this. And I think our honest analysis is that they're pretty minimal, that there isn't much to add back in there. The debt savings you referenced, this is a fairly technical topic, and it does depend to some extent on market forces beyond our control, and might in some years depend on a refinancing. But it's hard to see how we could justify adding in a significant amount of money to our budget this year based on those kinds of savings. I think in terms of accruals and current vacancies, I'll tell council members we have a wonderful dashboard on the Comptroller's website where you can see the vacancies for any agency and in total across city government. But not all of them are still budgeted for, and at any rate, we're fairly late in the fiscal year. And there also are some staff lines that are non-salary, like per diem for teachers at DOE. So I don't think there's a massive amount of accrual to recoup here, maybe in the order of a few $100 million. But I think basically on the on the expense side, that the mayor is pretty close.
Okay, because that was actually, you perfectly segued into my next question about the accruals, because I know that typically, you know, I think as of now, the current estimate is approximately 14,000 vacancies for the full-time positions. And so I just wanted to know, because also IBO right before us was saying that they're projecting about 681 million, but that's without the fringe costs. So I just wanted to know, I mean, and we're sort of looking at similar numbers, and just wanted to know where your office stands in terms of doing the analysis with the vacancies as well as the fringe costs.
I'm going to say a word on the big picture, and then I'm going to pass it to our Deputy Comptroller for budget. You cited the top line. I think there's also going to be some reasons that will mitigate against that, including the non-salaried staff, as I mentioned, like per diem in the Department of Ed. So I think our net cost is probably more in the $300 million range, but I'm going to pass it to Deputy Comptroller Olson to elucidate us.
Hi. Yes, and we've done some analyses. A lot depends on how they implement the hiring freeze. We've made some assumptions based on what we know, and we do get to about $300 million. It includes non-healthcare fringe, but we do see it being largely offset by the unsalaried costs, and so we have not included an offset. In addition, because we assume for most of our gap estimates that they will achieve the savings, it would expect that to be already embedded in their savings calculation, so we're not adding anything on top. And then, as the comptroller mentioned, we see that some of the authorized headcount is not fully budgeted, and have some concerns about fully valuing all of the vacancies that they may reduce.
Okay. And sorry, I'm just jumping around a little bit, but going back to the historical under-budgeting, which I agree, I think it's good that the mayor's side is seeking to present a much more accurate estimate of what the city's actual expenses are. So in that sense, it's great. And for the city's budgeting, you know, if the process requires that while costs may be underestimated during the year, they must be accurately reflected by the time fiscal year comes to a close. And so even during years when expenses had been under budgeted, the city was still able to cover the under budgeted costs without having to dip into the reserves or initiate large tax increases. So so what do you think is inherently different this year, which I know you sort of alluded to, where correctly recognizing the actual cost of these items would necessitate such drastic steps that were not required in previous years?
It's a very astute question, Madam Chair. How the heck did we get away with this for so long? And I think the answer is two things. One, that we continue to benefit from a very strong economy and a very strong financial sector, that we're on year 16 of a bull run on Wall Street. And so we kept meeting or exceeding our revenue targets. And that was kind of the typical pattern. We'd spend more than we thought, but a little more would come in on revenue. But in the last couple of years, even that wasn't enough. And we started to have to use one-shot measures to make the numbers balance. And I talked about one of the biggest, which I don't think we talk enough about, which is prepaid expenses, which we were able to roll over $6 billion plus in prepaid expenses when we were getting a lot of COVID money in. And that was chipped away until last year it was 3.8, I think, and that's now collapsing this year. So those one-shot deals, they're called one-shots for a reason. Eventually you run out. And we're pretty close to running out. So it is time to be honest about these challenges and to deal with what is pretty clearly now a systemic imbalance.
No, I agree. And do you think that this could be sort of an indication that, I mean, obviously we still have a lot of work to do in right-sizing the budget to reflect the actual need. And so, you know, but this time on the side of reducing the over-budgeted areas, what are your thoughts on that piece of it too?
On how do we reduce now?
Yeah. well, because this is sort of an indication, we're trying to right-size it.
Right.
So then but this time it's on the side of reducing the over-budgeted areas, and so I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Look, this is tough.
Yeah.
We're going to have to work on this together. I've identified 3 or 4 very fast-growing programs. I talked about our Department of Ed budget, which has grown steadily year after year at a time when enrollment is dropping. We're down 100,000 since 2020, and probably down 200,000 if you go farther back. We have had a steady increase in these special ed Carter cases, tripled in the last 3 years. It's hitting 1.5 billion. This body has worked well at looking at increases in overtime costs and more. And there are trade-offs in every one of those program areas. And I think we're just going to have to work together now to right-size them, or we wait and then we're in a real crisis. And the people who will pay the cost for that are the most vulnerable in the city, and I don't want it to come to that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm going to go towards asking about receivables and payables, because especially this is an area I know that some folks are focused on, especially when we're trying to think through how do we get some of the revenue back into the budget. But the preliminary plan recognizes 500 million in savings by re-estimating prior year payables. And these are expenditures we had appropriated for in prior years that the city now believes it will not have to pay. And I think your office is engaged in the determination of how much can be written off. And so, just out of curiosity, can you speak about what role the office plays in making this determination of what to write off? What's the criteria? How does that happen?
Okay, I'm going to pass it to the Executive Deputy Comptroller in a moment. I just want to say a big picture that obviously we want to collect everything we can, right? That's the first thing you do. Before you raise taxes, you want to collect what's already owed. And the mayor's proposed hiring more tax auditors, which seems to me a pretty prudent strategy to do that. You probably will recoup more than you spend on the salaries. On the other hand, the mayor's announced that he does not intend to go forward with a lien sale, which is the way that we recoup property taxes, money owed to the Department of Finance and for water bills. And look, I understand the policy motivation there, because it can often fall on low-income homeowners and people who are struggling in communities of color. But I just want to put that on the table as working against the idea of collecting more. And in general, look, a lot of what we don't collect is from defunct businesses or entities where it's going to be hard. So I'd caution you on over-exuberance on that. But you asked a very good question about our role in making the estimates, and I'm going to pass it to the Executive Deputy for that.
Just my favorite topic. I brought a prop, which is our comprehensive financial report.
Oh, you really hurt someone with that thing.
Anyway, so the Office of the Comptroller, the Bureau of Accountancy, works with the agencies throughout the year, and especially towards the end of the fiscal year when we close the books on the fiscal year, in making sure that they review the appropriateness of all of their payables and receivables. The mayor's office essentially every year puts 400 to 500 million routinely in this net changes in accruals, and then they are not specified. They're not identified yet. So all of those will be identified at the time of close. There are some details about what is done in our mighty Schedule G5 for payables, which you can download in a nice, tidy spreadsheet, so you can see which agencies take down more. And it's, it's a big, complicated process that happens towards the end of the fiscal year, where both these payables and receivables are looked at, and then we insist that agencies take down these accruals when it's necessary and warranted. And we work with OMB on that.
Great. And what types of payables constitute the majority of some of the re-estimates that are in the budget?
There is a breakdown by agency, and as I mentioned, Schedule G5. If you go, I know everybody is excited about Schedule G5. It's on page 3,422 of the stump. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be facetious. The last year there was a lot of takedown from the mayors from OMB, which are mostly FEMA expenses that were not incurred during COVID. There was a substantial write-down in payables from the Department of Homeless Services, in part because there was a double counting that we documented in our budget reports in 2023 for the expenses for asylum seekers. And there was about $500 million. So the mayors, I think, mayoralty was about $2 billion in takedown, in write-down in payables. Homeless service was about $700 million, and DOE was about $500 million. But I have to say that maybe giving a little bit of color to the answer that the comptroller had. Why are we now in this process, in this situation where the prepayment drops from 3.8 billion to 200 and something million? The last year, the administration took very aggressive look at all of these accruals, let me put it this way. And so these accounting changes generated about $2 billion in resources that were used to close the gap. And so some of those, actions are have been taken and they're not available going forward. So that's in part why we're seeing now a more dire situation.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And do you have information on which agencies write off a higher share of their receivables? Is that broken down?
We'd be able to work with your staff to, work on those, on that reporting.
Okay, I'd be curious to see how the agencies fall in those categories. And if you could also, can you provide a breakdown of how much and when the receivables are written off and by source of funds?
We'd be happy to work with you on that.
Okay. And while writing off prior year payables provides a savings for the city when recognized, writing off prior year receivables creates a cost, as costs that previously were assumed to be covered with non-city funds have to be backfilled by city funds. And so is your office also involved with doing this exercise as well?
Yeah, it's the same process. It happens at the same time, yes.
Okay. And can you provide a history of how much in prior year receivables have been written off by fiscal year? Do you have that?
Sure. With that, we'd be happy to give you that. A lot of there are ups and downs, and the mayoralty for the FEMA grants writes off quite a bit of them, of those receivables. And then the social service agencies, ACS and DHS and DSS, they are typically the largest contributors to those write-downs.
Okay, great. And you kind of answered my next question, which agencies are the biggest drivers of those write-offs?
It's a lot of TANF money. We'll be happy to work with you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm just going to quickly follow up on the City FEPS estimates, because I think the estimates for City FEPS costs are higher than what is in the budget and what we're seeing. And so can you please walk us through the calculations and assumptions on that?
Yeah, I think I'll pass it to you, Crystal, but I think it's pretty close. This was the biggest area of under budgeting under the prior administration by billions of dollars, actually. And I think our gap is fairly limited. Krista, do you want to outline? Yeah.
Yes, so they added a considerable amount in the February plan, and we see this year as being, we expect if the growth continues as it has historically, that the year will close to what they have also estimated. However, if we continue that level of growth but slow it down and basically take half of that growth and apply a 1.9% growth, we get a slightly higher estimate and believe that they would need about $300 million more. And then that kind of continues in the out year. We would expect about $300 million more per year, just based on what's in the plan and our applied kind of slower growth rate.
So 300 million more per year?
Yes.
Okay.
Beginning in 27.
Okay.
Than what they have, yeah.
Then what, oh, I see.
Than what they have, yeah. And that's for the current program.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I have a bunch of other questions, but I'm going to actually move to our colleagues to ask questions as well. So first up, we have Majority Leader Abreu, followed by Majority Whip Hanks.
Hello, Mr. Comptroller. Thank you so much.
Majority Leader, good to see you.
Thank you so much for showing up. Are you worried about our bond rating, and what are the rating agencies saying?
That is a very important question, Majority Leader. Bond agencies look very closely at how we handle our reserves, and they don't generally like it when you draw down on reserves in good years. And we actually got a report this week from one of the three principal rating agencies, S&P, and it's publicly available. Their language is very similar to ours. I think they have expressed concerns about this structural imbalance. We are awaiting word from the other two agencies, Moody's and Fitch. But I also want to say that we do not expect a downgrade in our actual rating, and that we have a bond sale next week that we're optimistic will be successful. So I want to reassure people that we are able to meet our borrowing needs. But we do want to pay attention to what the rating agencies are saying to us, because it's sort of an early warning. And if they begin to ask some tough questions or express concerns, I think that should force us to take all these challenges even more seriously. And the truth is, at least based on the first comments from S&P, we're getting that message already.
Thank you. And I'm going to just pivot to City of Yes. I know it's a topic area of interest to you for sure. Through the City Council's City for All initiative, $5 billion was added for housing and infrastructure investments to complement the rezoning passed in City of Yes for housing opportunity. Included in this was a $1 billion commitment for housing from New York State. However, all of the funds were reappropriated in state fiscal year 2027. Is your office monitoring City of Yes commitments and auditing the administration's delivery and ability to spend state funds?
I don't know if we have a formal audit underway on that, but I would love to join with you and the council to put that under a magnifying glass. I'm also worried that these dollars are fungible and being moved around, and you all negotiated a great deal, and we need to make sure it's spent in the community. So let's work together, and we'll put that under scrutiny for you.
Sounds great. And as you know, housing construction and preservation costs are increasing due to aging housing stock and rising costs. Do you have a plan? Are you planning on looking into any of these cost increases in the near term? And is there an estimate on how much housing construction costs will increase across the preliminary plan period?
I don't know if we built that in or not, but the costs are rising. I got a briefing on a project last week that's $850,000 per unit, affordable housing. And we're not going to meet our goals, our ambitious goals, unless we find a way to get those costs under control. City government is part of the problem. It just takes too long and it's too complicated to get approvals from HPD, from DOB, from FDNY. And this is an area that we are going to be aiming our audit tools on to find out what are these delays, which are adding time and cost to projects, affordable and market rate. If we don't get this under control, we're not going to meet our housing goals.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Great. Majority Whip Hanks.
Thank you so much for coming and your testimony. Comptroller Levine, it's really good to see you.
Thank you, Majority Whip.
So firstly, I want to applaud for your opening statement. I'm really glad I got a copy of it, but because the things that you're saying here and the path forward and your conclusion, we absolutely, I do, agree with so many of the things you're saying. The New York City budget, New York State's budget, exceeds the state of Florida and has 3 times as many people. Yet people are now calling Florida or the Sunshine State, New York City's 6th borough. At least they're doing it in Staten Island. And these are for really big reasons. It's the tax, lower tax bracket, better quality of life, and I have to ask these questions as my constituents are from Staten Island, outer boroughs. We often feel the brunt of some of the so-called solutions that that we're talking about here, like raising property taxes or whether it's congestion pricing in the MTA, and we have this huge, huge gap. So my big question is, are we exploring and looking at measurables and agencies and programs that can justify the spending that we're doing. Is the Comptroller's Office coming up with a matrix to kind of ensure that we're getting the results from the spending? And I'd just love to hear your feedback on that. And it's something that I think the council should be working with the Comptroller in earnest on.
Absolutely, Majority Whip. Look, I've expressed concerns about the rate of growth of New York City's budget and the fact that we've got to get it lined up with the actual revenue coming in. I am going to defend us vis-a-vis Florida. And yes, we have decided that we want to spend on things like a public hospital system, which provides vital care for people in need in New York that Florida doesn't do. We have a right to shelter here to prevent people from sleeping on the street, which other cities don't offer. We invest a lot in law enforcement and policing, and we also have better public safety numbers than Florida, and certainly better than the big cities in Florida. So we've made a decision to have a strong local government, and we have results that show that that has made New York City a better place. We do still have a fiscal imbalance that we have to address, and I've put that out in the open. And there's going to be some tough decisions we have to make to close that gap, but I know we're up for it.
Well, I am a New Yorker, true born and raised, and so the question I asked is because I'm going to take that snippet and I'm going to play it because these are the things that my constituents ask. Often the question is so I can get the answers that it's so, why it's so great to live in the best city in the world. One more question. FIFA World Cup tax revenue impact. The preliminary plan includes additional spending for World Cup totaling over $50 million in fiscals 2026, 2027, combined for security with additional $19.5 million in marketing expenses. Given these additional costs related to co-hosting the World Cup events, is it important to understand the local tax revenue impact the event on the city? And has your office kind of done an estimation on the projected tax revenue impact of the World Cup?
Yes, we have. And I'm very excited for the World Cup, and I'm excited for the economic impact.
Me too, again.
Thank you, Chair Maloney, for highlighting that. But the truth is that the economic impact is spread around the region, so it's not only New York City. And all the economic impact is not dollars into our coffers. So we're estimating about $50 million in incoming additional revenue, which is significant, but it wouldn't quite cover the total expenditures we expect to occur. I think that's okay because there's a lot of economic vitality that this event will bring about and other good reasons to hold it. But on net, again, I think we expect about a $50 million bump up in revenue and costs that maybe are around 70 or 80 million if I'm in the right range there.
And you can't put a price tag on being cool.
That is true.
Thank you so much, Comptroller.
Thank you.
Great. Speaker?
Hi.
Hi,
I'm back.
Speaker.
Hello. Thank you so much for your testimony, and I know that a number of colleagues have asked a series of questions, and I know that they touched on City FEP, so I really want to start there. I wanted to get your comments on the City FEP situation, and what do you think is the proper number in terms of coverage on City FEPs?
Yes, so Speaker, you're well aware of both how important the program is, because it's helping now 65,000 families remain in their home and avoid homelessness. And you're also aware of how fast it's growing, which is close to 4% a month. And when you compound that, it's really not sustainable. And by the way, that is before we consider what might be negotiated in the court.
Right.
Which we did not account for, nor did the mayor in our projection. So that would be an additional rate of growth, which would be significant. Just to say for a moment, our office did do an analysis, and the original version of the expansion would add, at a minimum, $6 billion over 5 years, and potentially, because there's a lot of unknowns, on a high end, $20 billion. So what do we do about this? I don't think this is about throwing anyone off their voucher. I think people need that protection. It's just about asking, can we slow the rate of growth? And that could happen through a variety of measures. It could happen by changing some of the parameters. It also could happen by establishing a cap, an expenditure cap, essentially, which is how programs generally run. It's unusual for New York City to have essentially what's an entitlement, something like, I don't know, Social Security, right? There's no cap on Social Security. If you qualify, you get it. But by contrast, Section 8, which is sort of the federal twin to CityFEPS, reaches a cap. And there's a downside to that because people wind up on a waiting list. But without that, well, we have $2.6 billion in costs next year and growing fast. So those are tough.
Yep.
Even to say that out loud is tough. I'm not minimizing it. But I know you're thinking seriously about it. I think together we have to come together and figure this out.
Exactly. We're thinking very seriously about this. We know this is a sustainability issue, and so we know we need to address it, and we know we need to address Carter cases. Any thoughts on Carter cases?
Yes, tripled in the last 3 years. And again, of course, we want to provide the best education for kids with learning challenges. The obvious solution is to have better programming inside the schools. What's happening here is children are diagnosed or even maybe unable to get a diagnosis, and they have no choice but to go to private schools. That shouldn't be the preferred option. The preferred option should be find a way to meet the needs of those kids inside the schools with better diagnosis and better services. So this is a programming question. I believe we could spend a little more on those services inside the schools and save much more than we would have spent in the privates.
The next area I want to go to is a topic that, as you know, I'm very passionate about, is cracking down on no-bid contracts. So during the de Blasio administration, competitive bidding was suspended over 100 times to the tune of $7 billion, and the city overpaid for a lot of PPE. In the Adams administration, with the asylum seeker crisis, competitive bidding was suspended for over 18 months, and you saw numerous no-bid contracts like DocGo for $430 million. We've now passed legislation that is now, we passed it a couple weeks ago, that basically cracks down on this long-term use of no-bid contracts during emergencies. Under the legislation, which is my bill, it actually gives you, as a controller, and the Corp Council the authority to go beyond. It basically suspends long-term use of no-bid contract unless you and the Corp Council agree. So I guess my question is, I really believe we could save billions of dollars by cracking down on the long-term use of no-bid contracts. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that subject.
Well, yes, you want to be careful that you only apply these expedited rules when there's a real emergency, and that you only apply them for the duration of the actual emergency, and that, as you said, it doesn't extend beyond what's reasonable. And you put some time limits on there with some reasonable exceptions that we can apply. I don't think we've made an analysis on exactly how much that would save. It's something we can do. Perhaps the council has already done that, and we'd love to work together with you on that. But sure, as a concept, we want to make sure that we're only applying the emergency contracting rules when there's an emergency and only for the duration of the actual crisis.
And maybe you talked about this when I had stepped out, but in terms of savings in the budget, has your office identified additional savings in the budget that you feel that we should be focused on?
So we've looked at the fast-growing programs that we've mentioned with vouchers. We've looked at a variety of options in the education budget, which has grown very rapidly. Just to mention one important point, as we've lost enrollment, we now have 200 schools in New York City that have under 200 students. And that ends up adding a lot to the cost because you still have to have one of a variety of professional functions, even though you have fewer students. And you can save money by combining schools, which is tough. I keep saying these are all difficult because no one likes their school to be merged. But that is a way we could save significant money, and there's probably other savings inside the school system, which again has grown during a time of falling enrollment. And then while you were in the other meeting, I did comment on the need to probably go further on efficiencies. The mayor's made a first step. It's not calling them PEGs, but it's what we used to call PEGs. Right. We're probably going to have to go further on that as well.
Okay. Well, we greatly appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Speaker.
And thank you so much for being here today. And I'll turn it back over to our chair.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Next, we have Deputy Speaker, followed by Councilmember Ressler.
I'll give my time to Councilmember Narcisse. I know she has to go. Thank you.
Bienvenue, le contrôleur.
Merci beaucoup.
Je suis très contente d'être ici.
Moi aussi.
Okay. Allons avec les questions. For the hospital, distress hospital, the governor announced an additional $1.5 billion in state resources to help New York City balance its budget. Part of the state assistance was the reversal of the distress hospital fund intercept. The state had been intercepting $150 million of the city's tax revenue annually for a fund to help distressed hospitals across the state. Do you believe that there are other New York City tax revenue intercepts that the city should advocate to reverse?
I want to credit again Governor Hochul, who about a month ago put on the table about $1.5 billion, $1.6 billion of additional funding for the city. And what you referenced was part of that package. And this is good news, but I'm going to refer to Deputy Comptroller Olson to go into more depth on that.
In terms of other tax revenue intercepts, the other major sales tax intercept is for online marketplace sales, and to our knowledge, it supports outstanding MTA bonds. The fiscal year 25 amount was $177 million, and it grows about 1% per year statutorily. However, because it is pledged to the MTA and supports MTA debt service, it would be complex to reverse.
Okay, and one of the things that you said that I'm very grateful to hear, the rainy day fund is supposed to be for rainy days, like epidemic, pandemics, or anything that may happen. And especially nowadays, I think rainy day fund should be kept, close to our heart. Citywide vendors, you know about the nonprofit, right? The procurement and sourcing solutions portal, right? Passport, maintained by the Mayor's Office of Contract Services, is an electronic platform that manages, I don't have to go through all that with you, but we have serious problem with that, right? Does your office have any recommendation to improve the antiquated passport system to make it more efficient and user-friendly for the contractors?
Plus.
Really good question. Look, Passport was itself supposed to be the solution to upgrade from an older system.
But it's the problems that we're dealing with.
And there's a lot of frustration with it. We've been meeting with a group of nonprofit leaders on this very topic. I think the smaller nonprofits are especially frustrated with the usability issues. I think the larger nonprofits see Passport really more as the symptom, not the problem. That the problem is we don't pay nonprofits on time, and we have a very cumbersome bureaucratic process that Passport perhaps reflects. But look, more broadly speaking, I think we need to upgrade technology, and Passport is no longer state of the art. And the question that we've been grappling with our nonprofit leaders is the pain of another platform transition worth it, or can we find ways to improve Passport within the existing system? We're still dialoguing with leaders on that. I would love your opinion now or in the future as well, Council Member.
We do need to pay those services, the nonprofit. They are really holding our structure together, but it's cumbersome to get pay. It's just so much going on. So I don't know, whatever you have, the brilliant idea you have to get no nonprofit pay in New York City, that would be a great deal. The World Cup, the money that we have here, let me see, it's including additional spending from the preliminary budget. $50 million for 2026 and 2027, combined for security, additional, which we need $19.5 million in marketing expenses, giving this additional cost related to co-hosting the World Cup event. It is important to understand the local tax revenue impact of the event on the city. Has your office estimated the projected tax revenue impact of the World Cup?
Yes, Councilman, I don't know if you were here. We talked about this. I'll just say very briefly. We did estimate that we would recoup an additional $50 million in revenue. That's direct to city government. Of course, there's a lot of economic activity beyond New York City and in the private sector, and that doesn't quite cover all our costs, which we put at, I think, about $70 million to $80 million,
okay.
But it comes close.
All right, so thank you, and thank you, Madam Deputy, for giving me time. Thank you.
Sorry, and just wanted to add my 2 cents in about the procurement and Passport, because as you know, I was a user of that for 12 plus years, and it is a pain point. I know it's better than HHS Accelerator, but again, to the point that you made, it's not the main root cause of the issue. It really is looking into procurement policies and laws that have been in place. And this is actually where I think, just my 2 cents, AI technology can be of a good opportunity and used to create more jobs, as well as increase some of our inefficiencies. And I've seen, we should have an offline conversation, but I've been talking to some groups also that have done this in other municipalities across the country. So I wonder if there's lessons learned there that we can also figure out from them.
I don't know if anyone's nailed this, but we're so unique as such a large municipality, but I would love to work with you. You know this inside and out, for better or for worse.
Yes. Okay, awesome. Okay, Councilmember Ressler, followed by Councilmember Maloney.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Chair Lee, and good to see you, Mr. Controller. I'll just begin by noting, I think that one of the challenges we had in the last 4 years, and frankly before, was that there was significant discrepancy on what were the revenue estimates, what were the real costs that we're facing as a city, and you came out of the gate in your first days in office releasing updated assessments that I think were really helpful, and then kind of shockingly the mayor came out and basically agreed with you. And so that forthright, frank, accurate accounting of the facts allows us all to have an adult conversation about how we're going to actually manage this gap and sustainably fund the vital services that we all are committed to moving forward. So I want to commend you and your team, and also commend the mayor and his team for being honest about our financial outlook. I remember Eric Adams, it felt like he was having a press conference every other week celebrating however many jobs existed in New York City. And yet, when we look back at 2025, as you noted in your testimony, it was not a good year for our local economy when it comes to jobs. In a previous life, I ran the New York City Employment and Training Coalition of 200 workforce development organizations, union training funds, community college, adult education programs. We need to be training and connecting New Yorkers to high-quality employment opportunities, and yet, with the exception of home health aides, essentially, healthcare-related positions on the low end, which netted 70,000 additional jobs, 71,000 additional jobs last year. We otherwise, as you noted in your testimony, lost 38,000 jobs. Jobs in construction, jobs in transit, jobs in every sector you can imagine, jobs that we need. Can you help us explain what's going on in the local economy? How concerned are you about this contraction in employment, and what we should be doing about it?
Thank you so much, Councilmember, for all those comments. This is a major trend that we are not talking enough about. But if you talk to a young person in their 20s in New York City who's just got out of college, they are well aware that we are essentially in a low hire, no hire economy. This is a national problem. I think for a variety of reasons it's hitting New York particularly hard. But just to emphasize, it's even in finance where we lost jobs last year. Outside of the category of home health care aides, we had 38,000 jobs lost in New York City. Economists are not entirely sure the reasons. Some overhang from COVID and maybe some overhiring there. There's no doubt that all the harm done by the president's crazy tariff policy, also his draconian immigration policy, has an impact on employment and the economy that's underappreciated. And then there's the question of AI impact. And it seems to me that we are probably seeing the earliest signs there, although the data are not quite solid. But if you look at the types of jobs that we're seeing less hiring, it is entry-level white-collar jobs where we understand AI could be changing productivity. I'm worried that this will accelerate and that we as a city are doing virtually nothing to prepare for it. And your background in workforce development, your alarms, I'm sure the alarms are going off in your head. How do we prepare people for the jobs that will exist if we're seeing a shifting in the landscape? How do we support people who might lose their jobs? All of these remain out there. This is a trend we are not focusing enough. Yeah. One last point. We do need to be mindful of what we're losing to other parts of the country. It's great that JP Morgan just spent $3 billion to build a tower on Park Avenue. They have more employees in Texas than they have in New York. And we want to make sure that if it's a tough environment nationally, that New York is a winner here, and that we grow, that we don't lose jobs to other parts of the country, that this is a place that companies want to hire and invest and grow. And I think we all have to up our game on that.
Yeah, I really appreciate those points. You know, when we're losing jobs in everything from construction to hospitality, from financial services to transportation utilities, we've got a problem, and I agree with you. I appreciate it. I was also pleased, in addition to the JP Morgan Tower, American Express just announced a major new tower, which is good news for our economy as well. One more question in my last 12 seconds before Chair Lee kicks me off the stage. Savings. I'm hopeful that we're going to get some more revenue out of our friends in Albany, but in all likelihood, it's not going to fill, whether it's the $5 billion gap that the mayor estimates or the $7 billion gap that you estimate. We do need to identify some efficiencies. The mayor's target's 1.5% this year, 2.5% next year, probably not enough.
No.
Could you give us any specifics of where you think we have opportunities for consequential savings, areas where there was, you know, misspending or waste in the Adams administration, opportunities where you think we can achieve some greater efficiencies?
It's very common for candidates to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse when they're running. That's our answer to how we're going to save money. And in the real world, it's a little more elusive, I want to be honest. And the next level of efficiency savings are going to be harder than what the mayor's put on the table, because there's no vacancies that you can book. You're going to be impacting agencies in a more serious way. It's going to be harder, probably unavoidable. I think there is huge potential in upping our technology game here to find ways to do more on limited budgets. We largely have a city government with technology that's stuck in the 1990s. There's a shocking amount that's still done with paper and pen. I'm not exaggerating, actual paper and pen processes. And so I think that accelerating the pace at which we can modernize government will help us. This gets to the procurement question, because you can't do that if you have a 3-year timeline. So we've also got to solve some of these procurement problems.
Yeah, I mean, I think before we had Passport, we had Vendex, and nobody wants to go back to that. So I think there are improvements we can make to Passport that are being released in October. Happy to continue the conversation with you all around procurement reform and making sure that we pay the nonprofits the $2.3 billion they are owed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member.
Great, thank you. And next we have Councilmember Maloney, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you, Comptroller, for being here and for already showcasing 2 different languages of your many. I want to thank you for your testimony and reinforce that in a time when affordability is at the top of the conversation, property taxes is not the answer to our budget problems, and reinforce that it's not the time to drain down a rainy day fund and use these other financial tools that really just pass the buck and push the problem down the pike. The point on state aid was mentioned prior, that we have unfunded state mandates, and also the stat that we contribute 55% and only get 41% back while we're being asked to serve these additional needs are all areas I care about. I wanted to go back to the conversation you were having about jobs, and those changes, are those relative to the national average? Are we seeing differences here in New York City?
This is a national trend.
Yeah.
We've had a very bad year nationally on job creation. I think we are pretty close, but Executive Deputy, would you like to offer any more color on that?
The trends that we're seeing in the city are, mirrored in what's happening in the United States as a whole. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And as you look at revenue streams, we were saying you're overly optimistic in some of the administration's projections. Are there any particular industries or revenue streams that are extra concerning?
Look, we are very dependent on the financial service sector, and it's a sector that goes up and down. Property tax is pretty stable, and Wall Street can have a great year or a bad year. And so there's a lot riding on what you think will happen to the stock market next year, and to earnings next year, and to bonuses next year, which just in this few months of bonus season, we have so much riding on it. We had a great bonus season this year. We had the best ever The mayor assumes that we have a similar year next year, that we continue what has been a very strong 24, 2025 into 2026. And that is entirely possible. And I am rooting for that. But I see a little bit of uncertainty ahead as well. And I talked about this in my opening testimony. I think it's a little more prudent to be cautious on that. And so we came in at a slightly lower revenue projection, and mostly that is due to an assessment of the trajectory of the financial industry.
Thank you. And what is the role of the city, or what can the city be doing to help ensure that that sector is successful here?
Thank you for asking that question, because if we are relying on success in the financial industry to make our budget balance, then we should be asking ourselves, what can we do to help make that happen? And look, I think this is a very big conversation. It has to do in part with the affordability agenda, so that company feels that they can locate here and their staff can afford to live here. It has to do with business climate and the amorphous sense that this is a place that people feel they'll be welcomed. And we have a balancing act here, because we want to fight for workers and we want to fight for consumers. We have laws that have to be enforced, but we also want to grow the workforce, and we want business to feel they can grow here. So we've got to speak to both sides of that. I'm not sure we're doing that adequately right now, but you made the key point. If our budget relies on a growing Wall Street and a growing financial sector, then we better make sure that it continues to grow in New York City.
Thank you. Shifting back to city FEPS, we heard before about how the projections are to grow up to $2.6 billion. What are some of the key drivers that are leading to that increase and the unpredictability?
Well, look, the City Council, for very good reasons, changed the rules of the program. For example, you used to have to go to a homeless shelter and wait 90 days before you could apply to city FEPS. That was a barrier. And the City Council, for very good reasons, said, no, what, get there, start the application process when you get there, because we would rather get you out of the shelter more quickly. That, understandably, increased the pace of growth in the program, right? You made it easier to apply. There's an expansion that's not tied up in court that would allow people to apply while still in their homes, while they still have a lease. And there's a good reason for that, because the logic was, I don't want you to become homeless in the first place. How about we solve this problem first? But you can see why that opens it up to a large number of families and individuals, and that it would add a lot to the growth. So that's why I keep saying these are tough decisions, because this is life-changing for families who need it. I just do want to say very quickly on this, the solution to housing affordability in New York City is actually building more housing and more affordable housing. Vouchers are a Band-Aid, and they're a one-shot that can help people when they need it, but they are not a long-term solution. The long-term solution is we need to build 500,000 more units of housing in New York City.
My last question, which I'll reframe as a statement, was from the prior testimony, which talked about how the city may not have the supply to absorb that demand, and was curious on your thoughts on that, but I can yield back to the chair as well.
Well, look, I'll just say very quickly, yeah, look, if you have a voucher, this is great, but if you don't have a voucher and you're a tenant who's struggling, you're now competing for homes with someone who has a voucher. And that's tough. This is why this is not the ideal long-term solution. It is important to prevent a given family entering homelessness. But we have 3 million households in New York City. We have 2 million tenants. Over half of our renters are severely rent burdens. I mean, the numbers are mind-boggling. And we have 65,000 voucher families right now. So clearly we have to do more to build the housing that people need, so they're not fighting over vouchers and not competing with each other for scarce apartments.
Thank you very much.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. You talked about the Carter Connor cases, and I'm certainly very aware of them. And you mentioned, as we all did, and we said to the IBO, more schools mean less money going towards the private schools. So do you, I don't know if it's IBO or you to do that kind of analysis. I don't think DOE is going to do it. And it is absolutely the right place to go. So I didn't know how you are looking at that, if at all. Just
Well, we certainly are, but I have to say that Chancellor Samuels, who you and I worked closely with together in
Very
District
well.
3, council member, took on some tough school mergers.
I'm aware.
And I know that he is thinking about doing this citywide. That's my impression. I'll let him speak. But I actually think that the DOE is quite aware of this dynamic and trying to figure out how to address it. But we're also doing the analysis here. And it's just an unavoidable outgrowth of reducing enrollment, that there are going to be some schools that drop below critical level. There's some that have below 150 students even, and I think some below 125. These numbers are really not defensible.
Yeah, I know. I'm very aware of the school merger issue. I'm talking about trying to get IEP slots.
Oh, forgive me.
Yeah, it's okay. Into the mergers I know well, and I agree with you. But the issue of trying to get slots for the IEP students so they're not going to Winston and everywhere else.
We're pushing for this.
I was wondering, yeah. 'cause
And actually, I know the mayor has mentioned this himself.
Yes.
So I can only assume DOE is working on it.
Okay.
But I'll just say we got to pick up the pace because
Yes, we
the
do.
alternative is not working.
That's what I'm saying. We all need to pick up the pace,
Yes.
and with all due respect, everybody, it has been talked about for the last 30 years. So I think we need to do it. Number 2 is Rikers. We all know that new borough supposedly coming, but right now, as you know, correction has the challenges of utilizing capital funding for projects that would normally be eligible, but because of the impending closure, you don't meet the Directive 10, which I know only too well, that 5-year issue.
Yeah.
So one issue that comes up constantly, and I've talked to the commissioner about it, is the cell doors are broken, $38 million to fix them. But I don't think they fit into Directive 10. And I don't know how you would play a role in that. I know you have to sign off on the waiver, and I'm just wondering where that's at. That means the doors are broken, correction officers are upset, et cetera, so are persons who want to be safe who are detainees. How are we looking at that issue?
Yes. So we do establish this directive that determines the parameters for capital eligibility, but it is set by generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP. And so we are not able to adjust the 5-year timeline. And we've been in consultation with OMB on this. This is a major challenge. If either of my colleagues here want to correct
Who would grant the waiver if there is a waiver to be granted? Would that be OMB or you?
I don't think there is. I don't think it's possible because of the way the bond market works. But Executive Deputy, would you like to? Yes. Okay.
So we don't give waivers on Directive 10, but if there is a certificate to proceed or a determination from OMB regarding this particular with this particular submission from DOC, we'd be happy to review and see what that determination is, and then discuss with OMB as well. This is a matter of what is the minimum, life of these assets, and if Rikers is supposed to be closed. Right before 5 years.
I'm just concerned because it's a real life and death issue. It's
100%
not,
agree with you.
it's not like putting new wallpaper up or something.
It sounds like there are 2 issues here. What the actual work is, whether it's maintenance of capital work, and then there is the time span. So both of those things we'd be happy to look at, but this is you understand this is a joint endeavor and eligibility determination with OMB as well.
I will push on both. Insurance, we all know about insurance rates going up. Does the city also have this as an issue? Because obviously housing, cars, et cetera, the whole discussion that obviously the governor's talking about it, et cetera. So I didn't know if that comes into what should we be doing about our insurance costs? Is that something that is brought up at all in your thinking? We're all looking for every place possible to save money.
Good for you for focusing on this. And I am actually not sure if we've done that analysis, but Deputy Comptroller, do you have thoughts on that?
I believe the city is largely self-insured, certainly for health and hospitals, for example, for malpractice, the city is self-insured.
So there'd be no savings whatsoever in
I can't speak
insurance?
to every category. I don't know if you know, Francesco, but certainly for healthcare, I can say the city is self-insured.
Okay, so all right, so there's no savings at all is what you're saying. That's interesting. Okay, consultant contracts is, again, it's a buzzword, and it could mean, you need consulting contracts in some cases, but is this something that you look at generally? Obviously, not everyone. I know DOE has too many as an example, but how do we look at this, sort of fuzzy project in some way.
Councilmember, this is actually one category of very few that we think we could achieve some of the savings over what the mayor has proposed.
Yep.
So I appreciate you identifying that. I don't know if we've pegged a number on it. Have we?
But
we
you're
did
working on it.
But we did, yes, and we did identify this as one category where we actually think we could get the cost down below what the mayor has projected.
Okay, and then just finally, AI, that's something that is on everybody's mind. Or do you have some number as to how it might or might not impact savings?
Savings?
Yes.
Do you mean by making government more efficient?
I do. Just start with the
well,
police
look,
department, and
you've
you go to the police department, you're just trying to get your car insurance because somebody busted the window, and out comes the paper and the pencil.
Yeah, exactly. Look, you've been beating the drum on technology for a long time, and we still have a long way to go. I think we're farther behind than ever because of how fast AI is moving. I couldn't put a number on what it will save, but I think the opportunities are vast. Look, there is risk and peril here too,
yes.
or safety and bias and more. We got to put
Absolutely.
all that on the table.
Yes.
But we have very complicated systems in New York City government that are run on technology from the 80s.
Yes,
Our payroll system
yes,
is run on mainframes from the 80s.
correct.
And the
You
cost
gotta
and
find a
complexity
coalboat
of
guy
that-
somewhere.
What's that?
You gotta find a coalboat guy somewhere.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so it's something that everybody's looking at, is what you're
Yes.
saying. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there was actually a situation in Chicago where they actually used AI and technology to actually track and make more efficient PD over time. So it was a really interesting case, which I'll tell you about later. But yes. Okay, sorry, Deputy Speaker.
No problem, thank you. Hi.
Hello, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, I have a few questions. The first questions are on the MWBE report. So as of January, your office issued the annual report on MWBE procurement, and you found that MWBEs only account for 5% of the citywide procurement value, and that only 8% of the value of contracts subject to MWBE participation goals were registered to MWBEs. Why did your MWBE report show such low numbers for the amount of city contract dollars going towards MWBE certified firms?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We actually now have a legal obligation in my office because the City Council passed a bill that requires us every year by January 31st to do a full report on MWBEs and how good our contracting is. It only covers mayoral agencies. So I just want to put that on the table. So Health and Hospitals isn't covered, Knights is not covered, EDC is not covered. It also only covers what's in Passport. And there's a problem with getting subcontractors registered into Passport. So there's some undercounting there. But having said that, I think the numbers are pretty stark, and they should serve as a wake-up call to us. And it's very important to distinguish the number of contracts and the dollar value of contracts. If you only look at the number of contracts, the picture is a lot better. We had about 250,000 contracts and purchase orders last year and about 50,000 going to certified firms. So that's about 25%, but that's not dollar value. And the MWBE firms are getting much smaller contracts. The average contract for firms that are not certified is about 3.7 million. The average contract for certified MWBEs is only 750,000. So you have to focus on the money. And when you do, you get a very disappointing number. That's why we came out at 5%. And look, our job is to put that out there so we can rally and do better. And if you want, I can talk about ideas we can do that. But the numbers are pretty stark, and that should really upset all of us.
Thank you. Yes, I would love to talk to you about how we can improve the numbers going forward. So I won't ask you your thoughts now, but I will. I would love to talk to you about that. But I will just ask a random question I thought about, because I know the state requires 30% MWBE contracting on all government contracts. So is the city not in compliance of the state law that requires 30%?
Well, I think we're governed by city council laws.
Okay.
And I believe those are targets. And
so
again,
there's no, which is the problem, right? Because there's no real penalties if
Yes.
contractors don't meet, which I thought the city was also going by 30%. I thought they adopted the state.
Yes, but I believe it's a target.
Okay.
And one of the reasons why we did the report, and probably why the council wanted to put it into law, is we go agency by agency. So you can look at every single agency and you can compare who's performing well and who's not. And there is a shockingly wide range of performance in MWBE contracting. So a little bit of public exposure here and sunlight will help.
Okay, yes. I held a roundtable with the former comptroller to talk about MWBE-related issues, so I would love, again, to follow up with you on this, because I don't think we've been talking about it enough as a city, because there's been so many advancements in terms of legislation, but the actual impact, I don't really see significant impact. So I would love to talk to you about that. Okay, a few other questions. Can you just walk me through, in general, the methodology your office uses to analyze the mayor's prelim, like any fiscal indicators or benchmarks you have?
And how we evaluated the mayor's plan? Look,
Yes.
the biggest effort we put into was really examining their revenue projections. And we have a 150-page report that's covering that, and also the expense side. This is available online. And we don't take the mayor's projections for granted. We want to interrogate it, and we came up with some lower numbers that in total mean about 1.8 billion less that we project in revenue in this fiscal year and the one ahead, and that's one more challenge for us to overcome right now.
Okay, does the comptroller's office currently conduct any equity analysis of the city budget, specifically examples of how spending impacts different communities by race, income, or geographical location?
Well, the office has done many individual reports looking at that for given programs and agencies, but there's not the kind of broad-based equity impact requirement that such as there is now for rezonings. But that's something that I would love to work with you much more on.
Okay, and so I'm sure you'll have a similar answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway
Please
for
do.
the record, which is, are there any data sets or indicators that your office relies on to measure budget allocations, to measure whether or not budget allocations are equitably distributed across neighborhoods?
Geographically, you mean?
Yes.
Look, I don't know if we've done a good geographic analysis on the budget, but have we? No. But we would love to, and we're going to partner with you, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, I look forward to working with
Okay.
your office, because fortunately or unfortunately, I do plan to give you guys more work so you can
We
properly
love that.
analyze the budget for equity. It is really like the dying thing in my last 4 years, because New York City is so significantly behind on how we analyze our budget. I mean, the process itself doesn't even allow us to really analyze it in that way, particularly because of the units of appropriation issue. You can't even really see what's happening from agency to agency. So I do look forward to working with you and getting your feedback to empower and encourage and require you all to do more of a deep dive around budget equity.
Likewise, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Nice, thank you. And next we have Councilmember Wong, followed by Councilmember Mealy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilor
Councilmember, great to
Levine.
see you.
Nice to see you again. Yeah. Before my questions, I want to say that as a budget director of the former Councilman Robert Holden, I can sit here all afternoon to tell you the bugs and the usability issues of Passport. So
I feel your pain, Councilman.
Yeah. So if you have your next meeting, I'll be glad to come and tell you.
Thank you.
My experience. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. My first question is this: there are a lot of homeless shelters in my district, and what I noticed them is that they will fill them up to the seam and send a bill to the city every month. Here are the number of occupants, X number of residents, send us a check. Because of that payment model, I see very little incentive for them to get the homeless out of this system and into affordable housing. So my question to you is that is it feasible for you to modify the contract so they could be paid only when someone is out of the system and into a real housing unit? Only then that they will be paid based on the number of months they stay in the shelter. Would you something you would consider?
So I think there are a variety of performance metrics in the contracts, but I'm not sure if they're exactly like you described. Do you happen to know, Executive Director?
I mean, they are paid based on the number of people, they have to provide services and food, and so they do pay based on the number of people that are residing there. I do believe, I know they used to have performance incentives for achieving placement rates. I don't know the latest in terms
Right,
of.
but that is the framing. They're supposed to place people in permanent housing.
And I don't see that happening, because if they place, there's vacancies and then they get paid less, right? So there's no.
But I think there's always someone waiting to come and take that bed. But we will look into the state of those contracts. I'm all for having performance metrics. Look, we have a very wide range of the quality of service providers amongst our homeless agencies, and there needs to be accountability so that all of them become better, and having good metrics in the contract is obviously one way to do that.
Okay, yes, and I'll follow up with you on the shelters
Please.
that I believe is just more interested in filling up than rather than placing the homeless into housing. So
Thank you.
Yeah, here's my second question. I still have time. Before we ask homeowners to pay more in taxes, do you believe the city has done enough to identify waste or control spending growth? And is there a comptroller report that I could read about it where you could identify waste or control spending growth? Thank you.
Well, Councilor Merlick, as you've heard me say, I don't think we should raise property taxes for a variety of reasons. And I do think that we can do more to find some savings and efficiencies in the budget and to do some hard work on reconfiguring some of the programs. That should be our priority. I'm committed to doing that work with you. If you're asking about a report from our office on waste, look, we audit every city agency, and that can uncover all manner of fraud and waste, and these are ongoing. We have many audits ongoing right now, actually. They take a while. They can take a year or two or more because there's such intense work involved. But I think you're referring to some sort of broader report on the state of waste.
Here are the programs that don't work, or here are the programs that yield very little results, and those fundings should be reallocated. That's the kind of report I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I think you're right. We shouldn't judge just by how much we spend. We should judge by what impact we get for the city and for New Yorkers. We don't do that enough. I agree. Sometimes we just fund a program and walk away, and we got to ask what's working. And you rightly proposed we need performance metrics in our homeless shelter system so people get placed. And I agree with you, and I'd like to work with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, I love performance metrics and being able to measure if something's working or not. And next we have Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you, Chair.
Hi.
Good to see you, Controller.
Likewise, Councilmember.
I guess I have a couple of different questions, and since I was in and out, it's possible you've
No
answered
problem.
them already.
No problem.
But I'd like to start with NYCHA. I was wondering if your office has put forward any recommendations and/or looked at PAC converted developments in terms of just general oversight.
Well, in the 2+ months I've been there, no. My predecessor, Comptroller Lander, did put out a report that was fairly critical. This is something that we're extremely interested in. It does appear that the current administration intends to continue, at least in one prominent case, in Chelsea Elliott Fulton houses. And that might indicate that they're open to it in other developments as well. So it's something we're going to be looking at closely. You know as much about public housing as anyone in New York City, because obviously having chaired the committee, and boy, we're not left with a lot of easy options here. And with a federal government that's turned its back on us, with a state government that helps some, but not enough relative to the $80 billion we need to invest in the capital of these buildings, we're going to have to look at creative solutions.
For sure.
And and RADPACT is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we need to keep it under scrutiny, especially now that we have a number of developments that have been running already for a couple of years, and we can look at how they're doing.
100%. I think, excuse me, as you know, NYCHA currently has over 6,000 units sitting empty. Is your office, do you think you will be looking at that and the long-term impacts of a growing number of units that are empty amidst the housing crisis?
Yes, I am very worried about this.
Yep.
The turnaround time is getting longer and longer and longer between.
And the numbers are growing.
Yes, therefore, because it's taking longer, you're getting a bigger inventory, which I think is now approaching 7,000 units.
Yes.
In the middle of a housing crisis.
With 175,000 people on a waiting list.
Yes, so it's unacceptable. We are pushing on that. I'm not sure if that would work for the timeline of an audit, which tends to be slower, but I would like to join with you and the council to push very, very hard on that. We have got to get those apartments full. There's also been reporting that now some people are breaking into them and living there, which is a security issue. Of course, people are desperate, I get it, but this is not acceptable. We've got to get those apartments renovated and turned around faster and families in there as soon as possible.
Thank you. We'd love your help in making
You
sure
will
that
have it.
happens.
Yes.
Similarly, I think there has been, in terms of supportive housing, vacant supportive housing units is another deep concern where we understand there are thousands of supportive housing units empty in the middle of a housing crisis.
This is a different issue, also very problematic, but I don't think this is about a renovation challenge.
No, it's not. But
Yes, and it's not even, I think, about the nonprofits. I think this is the bureaucracy, which is too slow to get people identified and placed. And again, we're in the middle of a shortage on supportive units as well. This has to be sped up.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. In terms of just shifting a little bit, commercial vacancies, I see in my district a growing number of commercial vacancies. I'm wondering if you have any suggestions. We know the impacts of these vacancies are really profound, and we're hearing in Brooklyn that there's 21.8%. And so do you have any recommendations? Are you tracking that?
I'm very worried about this. When you have vacant storefronts, it saps life from a neighborhood. It's a public safety issue. It's a public health issue. There's so many secondary problems. We have very little data on this, which is why I was excited to hear you have such a precise number in your community. So thank you for doing that work. I would like to figure out a way to have a citywide data set to track this, which we don't currently have. Councilmember Brewer actually has done some good analysis in the Upper West Side on Broadway. I think it required councilmember interns going block by block. So I'm not sure if we can do that citywide. But I have some ideas using technology to build this out. If we can get a good number, we can track this, and it would help us focus attention on solving this problem.
Couldn't agree with you more, and certainly the impacts are innumerable, and certainly one of the main drivers is the rent is too damn high, and particularly in commercial context. Do you think commercial rent stabilization could help support that?
Maybe. I think it's more complicated than residential for a variety of reasons. I think we should be looking at it, though. But I think we have some underlying challenges that are beyond that. Competition from the internet probably being the biggest. Costs being a major factor of utilities, of real estate taxes. Here we are talking about that. So look, for people who are complaining about retail storefronts, please don't order your toothbrush online. Go to a store in the neighborhood and buy from a local merchant.
Heard. Thank you. Thank you, Comptroller. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'm just going to go into a few more questions before we wrap it up. But going into the debt service savings, so in the past 10 fiscal years, the city has been able to identify at least $195 million in debt service savings annually, with average annual savings exceeding $300 million. However, this year, OMB has only identified $156 million in savings thus far. And for example, our staff believe that the interest assumptions used by OMB are a bit unrealistic, as projected interest rates are always higher than the actual rates, and right-sizing these rates would create savings, including variable rate debt costs, which would be felt immediately. So do you believe that there are additional savings to be had in the debt service budget? Because I know there's differing.
I am going to pass it to Francesco. I just want to caution you here that I'm not so sure that this is going to be an easy pot of money to find, partly because rates are set by conditions beyond our control or by an event like a refinancing, and that we have decided that it would not be prudent to add more savings into our projections, but I'm going to have Francesco weigh in, who's more of an expert.
So the city has traditionally recognized those savings at the time when there are refundings, for instance. And the city, tends to set some assumptions that are that are a little more pessimistic than what it then realizes, right? That's always been a buffer for the city. We have a couple of refundings coming up, which are going to provide a few, we are going to provide resources. It is, how should I say, it is not an amount of money that it's large enough, and it is not an amount of money that it's current enough.
What's your estimate?
We can get back to you with
Okay.
with an estimate, and we can speak with your staff. But this is not, it's sort of like taking risk in the future, right? To have savings possible, to already take savings in the future, where it's not going to change structurally the situation.
I mean, but I guess that's what I'm curious to hear about more, because, even when I was doing, again, much smaller scale, but my nonprofit's debt service budgeting every year, there usually are things that you can sort of find and dig into. So I just wanted to get a sense of if you could provide more details on the type of savings that have been found in the past, and then also what role, if any, your office does play in finding those savings within the comptroller's office.
Oh, is it me? So the Office of the Comptroller and the Office of Management and Budget, they work jointly on all of the debt issuances and identifying the bonds that need to be refunded to maximize the amount of refunding. What we do is we typically take the savings from the refundings and we pursue them aggressively, and we spread them over the financial plan. This has been long-standing policy that we've applied. And we realize the savings in the budget as we issue the bonds, and we get those savings in the financial plan.
And then moving over to the interest earnings. Our council finance team believes that the city historically under forecast the interest earnings on its cash balances based on revenues generated so far. And we believe that there's more money that OMB can recognize here, and also in FY27 and in the out years, as interest rates are expected to stay relatively elevated. In addition, there are a number of off-book entities with their own cash balances that earn interest that we should account for when balancing the budget. And so, like the RHBT and the Hudson Yards Infrastructure Corporation, have you looked at interest earnings in the city's cash balance?
Every day. No, I'm not kidding. So we have, I'm sorry, Comptroller.
Well, let me just say big picture on that, then I'm going to pass it to you for the technical expertise. Look, this is all, we have what we call a short-term desk. This is money that needs to be incredibly liquid and has to be in very high-quality investments. And therefore, you're going to get a low interest rate. Right? That's the trade-off. You're not going to get very high interest rate on something that has to be liquid. You can't take on a lot of risk. And we have a whole team dedicated to our short-term desk in our Bureau of Asset Management. And I'm pretty confident that they're getting the right risk-return balance. So I would caution you that I don't think this is a big pot of savings to be achieved. And now I'm going to pass it off to you, Francesco.
Well, we have the treasurer for the city, I think, sitting all the way over there, and we work closely with them to do overnight investment of the city cash balances. Now, those are done by the Office of the Comptroller. We also invest the Retiree Health Benefit Trust balance, and that's based on investment guidelines that are set by OMB. But the fact that we do it, it means that OMB set guidelines that, require us to invest in short-term assets, right? And so that's a conversation that, needs to be had. If there is an opportunity to have higher interest on those, that's first we need to change the guidelines, and we wouldn't be able to do it, right? If it's not short-term, this is not something that we would do in-house at the Office of the Comptroller. HYIC it manages its bond proceeds and the interest on those, and the Comptroller has no role in that.
Are there steps the city could do to improve the revenue it generates on its cash balances?
The Department of Finance has a forecast of cash balances. OMB does. We do every quarter publish. There are a couple of things. One, they're very dependent on short-term interest rates. So during the pandemic, we had zero earnings and large cash balances. And now we have higher interest rate and therefore higher income, but a trend of shrinking cash balances, right? So the two things are sort of like going in opposing directions. And so it really will depend for this year and the next, what we see with the expense trajectory and with the revenue trajectory, right? So that's going to be crucial to understand where our cash balance is going to go. But there is not a sense. We do offsets. We calculate offsets to the interest income in our reports. So it's part of, when we come out with a reestimate of the gap, that's part of it too. And we'd be glad to show you what our numbers are and, their forecast of where the interest rates are going to be. So, that's also another margin of error. Is the Fed going to tighten or loosen, and how fast, right?
Right. And I know that cash balances can be tough because it is so fluid and it is moving around so quickly, but that's definitely whatever we can do to try to see how to increase that would be great. And of course, Comptroller's Office, the big responsibility you all have with our pension funds is obviously a huge thing. So in terms of the pension annual returns, in fiscal 2025, the city's pension systems achieved a 10.3% aggregate net return on investments, significantly exceeding the 7% actuarial assumption. So can you please update the committee on the year-to-date returns for the city's pension system?
I want to answer that, but I have to update you on some very serious breaking news related to our topic today, which is Moody's has just issued a report, and they're revising their outlook for us, which is very unusual, from stable to negative. This is not a bond downgrade, but it's serious, and it should focus us on the challenge of these structural deficits that we've been speaking about. They cited this in their analysis. I want to say what I said earlier, that our bond ratings are all stable, and we expect that to continue for the near future. We have a bond sale next week that we expect to go forward normally, but I do want you and us to absorb what just happened. This is the first time since the pandemic that Moody's has had a negative revision in its outlook for us, and it's a reminder of the scale of the challenges ahead of us.
Sorry, just really quickly on that point. So how's that going to impact future borrowing?
I don't think it has an immediate impact. It doesn't change our bond rating, but this can sometimes be a precursor to a bond downgrade. It doesn't necessarily mean it will be, but I think that should be considered a greater possibility in the months ahead. Moody's cited our our plan to take money out of our reserve fund during an otherwise strong economy. As I think I mentioned earlier, this generally serves as a warning sign to rating agencies. But again, a word of confidence here. We have not had our actual rating changed, and we don't think that's imminent, and we don't expect that this will undermine our scheduled sale next week or in the near future, which we do fully expect to be successful. You want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, we need to be in the market, rain or shine, right? Because of the size of our capital plan, and we need to issue billions of dollars every month. And this is one of the considerations that the market will take into account. And we will see, where the interest rates are going to be and the cost of borrowing. Certainly, it's not a downgrade. Right? But it's a negative outlook, meaning that that Moody's identified a structural spending problem. That's where the emphasis is. And if that is addressed in a similarly structural fashion, then the outlook could go back to stable. Right, so this is not a final determination, but certainly puts the accent on a further light.
No, it's definitely something we need to look out for. And I think to reiterate the point, I think that's why on the council side we were very cautious or hesitant to say that we're very much against drawing down on the rainy day funds for this exact reason, because we were afraid that potentially this could have an impact on exactly what you're mentioning. And so hopefully we're able to figure out a way to, dig a little deeper into the budget to figure out where there are cost savings, because I think that's a big concern that we've had from the beginning with the rainy day fund drawdown. So, okay, good to know.
Do you want me to speak on the pensions?
Oh my gosh,
Chair?
yes, sorry, yes. So going back to the pensions.
Because that's better news.
Yes.
Our pensions are in good shape. We have, at latest count, I believe, $316 billion in our 5 funds combined. And we have a much higher rate of funding than most other jurisdictions in America. We're currently up to about 90% fully funded, and we're on a path to get to 100% fully funded through our payment plan by 2033. This is good news. And workers, city workers and retirees should feel good hearing those numbers. We have a goal on the rate of return, and our goal is to get 7% as a long-term average. And we've been meeting that and beating it in recent years. Last year, I believe, we hit 10.3%, and this year, I believe we're at 8.3%, so we're down a little bit because the market hasn't performed as well so far, but even still, we're above our benchmark. Really, though, the average retiree shouldn't even get so caught up in those numbers that I say, because we are built for the long term. We are perpetual investors. We are universal investors. We are not day traders. And we have built a very, very robust, diverse portfolio that does not live and die by the price of oil going up and down one day across all kinds of assets. Private assets, public assets, equity, debt in America, in countries around the world. And I'm really proud of our team, and I feel good about the state of our pensions today.
No, thank you for that, and I'm sure the rest of us are also very thankful for that. So, I know you touched upon this earlier, but if you could just talk a little bit more about how the current economic challenges, including possibly Iran war, mean for the health of the city's pension funds. And I know that this is obviously a long-term game, as you mentioned, and how may these affect returns in the current year? Hopefully, you said it's 8.3 or 8.6?
8.3.
8.3, okay.
So far this year.
So far. And then, so how do these potential things, how do you foresee it potentially impacting?
Look, I care a lot about the economic impact of the war for New York City because of its pumping up fuel costs and inflation more broadly, and also a variety of other critical supplies. 30% of the world's fertilizer goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And this is going to be a blow to the U.S. economy. We're already feeling it, arguably, and therefore a blow to New York City's economy. Having said that, the pension is a much longer view, and while obviously we monitor day-to-day, hour-by-hour developments in the markets, we're somewhat protected from that kind of fluctuation because of how diverse and broad our asset base is. So I would not want a retiree sitting at home seeing oil price spiking because of the war in Iran and worrying about their pension. really, they're protected from that kind of day-to-day impact.
And that's good. No, thank you for saying that on the record too, because I think, as you mentioned, it is a longer-term game, so it's good news for them. And on cash balances, so I know we discussed this a little bit before, but on November 28th, 2025, the city's unrestricted cash balance reached a seasonal low of $3 billion compared to $4.6 billion in FY25 and $5.2 billion in FY24. And while these lower balances are temporary, and typically the balances rebound with large inflows of revenue, they're still a little concerning. And apparently these cash balances are not even as large as what we understand as the balances included in the assets for the rainy day fund. And so the mayor's prelim plan currently includes the use of nearly $1 billion of resources from the RDF to help balance the budget. So what is your benchmark for unrestricted cash balances being of concern?
Okay, so I think the unrestricted cash balance in the RDS and the healthcare benefit trust are different questions, correct?
The retiree health benefit trust certainly is not in our cash balance.
Yeah.
The rainy day fund is.
Right. So the retiree health benefits trusts, which I want to remind council members what that is because I'm not sure people understand. That is to essentially have assets squirreled away for the health care that we're going to provide retirees in the years ahead. And that's a very large obligation.
Yep.
That is probably $100 billion that we have currently $5 billion in this fund for. Now, we're not legally obligated. It's not like the pension. This is not subject to state law. So it's not an apples to apples comparison, but it's not exactly a slush fund. And it's why we should be a little bit cautious if we're drawing it down because it does serve another purpose. I'm going to refer to you, Francesco, on the other cash funds.
So the city has not borrowed on a short-term basis for decades now. We certainly looked at the cash balance, particularly at the beginning of December when it hits a low point, very closely, and we work collaboratively with OMB as well to monitor it and to take measures that would that avoid having to borrow short-term. Right before COVID, our balance, would go to about $1 billion, sometimes less at the beginning of December. That kept us, nervous. Let me put it that way. You're right. The Revenue Stabilization Fund is just a general fund balance that's left over at the end of the fiscal year. Therefore, that amount of money is part of our cash balances now. I will make a couple of observations. First, it is using the rainy day fund at the end of the fiscal year. It's not like taking a check out of it all at once, right? What determines the cash balance is not the accrual process and how you allocate the expenses and the revenue to the fiscal year, but when you actually pay and receive the money. So what we're seeing is that if your expenses are growing faster, right, than your revenues, which is the situation that we find ourselves in, we have a narrower and narrower cash balance, and that we can do a lot of things. We can try to apply bond proceeds earlier than we would otherwise have in order to shore up the cash, towards the beginning of December, and we can have transfers for certain entities to the city earlier in the fiscal year, so that we achieve the same, outcome. But certainly, that $1 billion is it's as low as we are comfortable it getting. Let me put it that way.
And is it going to impact the liquidity problems if it gets to approximately $1 billion? Or if $1 billion is withdrawn, sorry. Yeah.
We're gonna have if the city is spending more than it receives, the cash balance is going to be lower, right? No matter what, right? Whether we so over time the average cash balance will be lower as if we dipped into the rainy day fund. That if we were 3 billion last year, maybe eventually we're going to be at 2 billion, right? We would want to avoid going to below the $1 billion that
Right.
makes us nervous, plus whatever is left over in the Revenue Stabilization Fund. But we're also, that gives us, let me put it this way, that gives us a little bit of buffer if we wanted to temporarily go below 2 billion.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And Councilmember Carr, if you wanted to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. Comptroller, always good to see you.
Councilmember, great to see you.
Likewise. I want to talk a little bit about the two topics I brought up with IBO earlier today, and in particular the relationship between NYPD headcount and the overtime budget, which I know you've talked about previously. So, when you joined this council in 2014, the NYPD headcount was over 35,000. Now we struggle to stay above 33. And in that first year, I remember the council pushing for civilianization so that more able-bodied officers can get redeployed out of desk jobs and out into the streets. The following year, 1,300 new officers were hired as part of that budget push, and the notion was that we would achieve savings for those hires through overtime reductions. So, given that we're only saving allegedly $17.8 million this year for canceling the phase-in of the 5,000 new officers that the mayor ended earlier this year, are we not being penny-wise, pound-foolish when we have an OT budget for this fiscal year that's approaching $900 million?
Well, we've also been, first off, let me say I appreciate your question on this, and I know how much you care about public safety, and I know how much your borough and your district supports law enforcement, so you're asking very important questions. And yes, we certainly got into a bad spiral where we were understaffed, and we ended up covering that with extra overtime, which in some cases was demoralizing for the staff, particularly younger members.
Definitely.
Who have families at home and want to be able to see them. And that probably accelerated resignations, which only made the reliance on overtime worse. So in the last year or so, we've started to get the cycle going in the right direction because we have had, under Commissioner Tisch, some large academy classes. And so I think we are getting closer to the budgeted head count. I don't know if we're quite there. And I think that should help us. Having said that, we actually think that the mayor, it's one of the few categories where we think the mayor's proposal is actually underestimating expenses, wasn't overtime, if I'm not mistaken. And so this is clearly still an issue. And it's a reminder that we do need to, as quickly as possible, get to full head count. That may require moving through some additional academy classes soon, which I would certainly support. Do you have anything to add on that, Krista? Okay.
No, that's great to hear, because I think, we hear about the hemorrhaging of existing officers. Retention's very difficult even as new hiring continues. And, I hear from folks in the precinct about how exhausted they are with the overtime, because everyone loves overtime, but they hate mandatory overtime, right? And so I think that's a point well said, and I'm glad that we have an area of cooperation there. I also mentioned earlier when the folks at IBO were here about the burden that our combined tax rate has here, in particular the driving out of taxable wealth from our city. And the Citizens Budget Commission report indicated that our share of the nation's millionaires plummeted 31% 2010 to 2022, and if we had kept our tax levels at 2010 levels, we would have actually taken in $13 billion more in personal income tax in 2022. So what's your perception of that issue as folks are pushing for increases in the personal income tax and other tax rates at the state level?
This is a very big, high-stakes question. And we had a little bit of an experiment in 2021 when the income tax rates were raised in New York. And both sides have used that experience to make their case. On the one hand, it's true that the number of millionaires and high-income people actually has gone up since then. But if you look at the national picture, it's gone up nationally because we've had a good economy, and New York City's share of that has grown more slowly than states like Texas and Florida, which is what the IBO report pointed out. And so I guess I'd say we have to be very careful that we remain competitive with other parts of the country. And I'm also aware that we have some tough fiscal challenges as well. And I also believe in progressive taxation. I think the wealthy should pay more in a time of great inequality. So I'm personally balancing all of those considerations, and I know the council is as well, but you're putting one of them on the table, which is if people leave New York City, that is a loss for everybody. And in a mobile society, we can't rule that out. We need to make sure that doesn't happen.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe, does anyone else have any other questions? If not, I believe that this portion is over. And I just want to say I appreciate you not only as a colleague, friend, but also in this role as comptroller, because we definitely do need to figure out how we're going to find more savings and balance the budget. But also to your point earlier, I think it's not just with the schools, but also with healthcare or anything else, is that sometimes, you know, if you do invest a bit more upfront, it will save in, you know, down the line the city and state dollars. And so appreciate that perspective.
Grateful for your leadership,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. This was a wonderful hearing. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
everybody. Thank you.
And we're going to move to Department of Finance. Okay, hello. Thanks for bearing with us. Okay, so I'm just going to turn over to our committee counsel to administer the oath.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to honestly respond to council member questions, Acting Commissioner Scheer?
I do.
And Deputy Commissioner James.
I do.
You may begin.
Yep, go ahead with the testimony. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Lee and members of the Finance Committee and members of the City Council. My name is Jeffrey Shear, and I am the Acting Commissioner of the New York City Department of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on DOF's fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget. I am joined today by Jacqueline James, our Chief Financial Officer and Deputy Commissioner for Administration and Planning. Deputy Commissioner James oversees DOF's procurement, facilities, and operational planning, and I am grateful for her leadership and support. Since this is the first time many of you are hearing from me in this role, I will begin with a brief introduction. I've spent my career in New York City public service, and I have been with DOF for 28 years, over 2 tours of duty, most recently serving as First Deputy Commissioner. My first job in city government was working as an office associate in DOF's Tax Audit and Enforcement Division. I'm honored to serve as Acting Commissioner of this great agency, and I look forward to working closely with the Council on the issues that matter most to you and your constituents. DOF is responsible for collecting the revenue that makes city government possible. We administer the city's tax and revenue laws and perform a range of other responsibilities that touch nearly every New Yorker, including homeowners, renters, drivers, entrepreneurs, and more. We value more than 1 million properties each year and produce the annual assessment roll that determines property tax liability. We bill and collect property taxes, business taxes, and other charges. We grant property exemptions, abatements, and relief to developers, businesses, homeowners, and renters. We also record deeds and other property-related documents, adjudicate parking tickets, manage the city's banking and payment services, and represent the mayor on the boards of the city's 5 pension systems. In his inaugural address, Mayor Mamdani said that his administration will answer to all New Yorkers. In its range of services, the Department of Finance plays an essential role in delivering on that commitment. Our mission is to administer the tax and revenue laws of the city fairly, efficiently, and transparently, to instill public confidence and encourage compliance, and to provide exceptional customer service. Whether a New Yorker is purchasing a home, starting a business, applying for a benefit, or disputing a parking ticket, our responsibility is to make that interaction clear, accessible, and as easy as possible. That responsibility is especially important at a time when the city confronts significant fiscal challenges. As we face and make tough budgetary decisions, effective revenue administration is essential to maintaining public trust. The work we do supports the services New Yorkers rely on and ensures that compliance is fair. In other words, that those who can pay do pay, and those who cannot pay are connected to meaningful options for relief. Turning now to our preliminary budget. DOF's fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget is $378.5 million, following a fiscal year 2026 budget of $387.6 million. Our budget supports core revenue administration, frontline customer service, public safety functions carried out by the Sheriff's Office, and the technology systems we rely on to do our work. The preliminary budget reflects an authorized headcount of 2,015 positions. As with other agencies, we are operating below authorized levels as of the release of the preliminary plan, our headcount was 1,726. We continue to recruit and hire aggressively within civil service rules and citywide hiring processes to fill critical titles and sustain service levels. In fiscal year 2025, DOF collected more than $50 billion in taxes and other revenues, including property taxes, business taxes, and a wide range of charges and fines that support city operations. Our budget is, at its core, an investment in the people, systems, and customer-facing services that ensure the fair and efficient collection of those revenues. The fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget includes several key items that will help us meet our responsibilities and respond to emerging needs. We are working with the Mayor's Office to establish the Office of Deed Theft Prevention, which will increase outreach, prevention, and enforcement for this priority issue. We also will be expanding our outreach efforts to various communities and populations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank City Register Colette McCain-Jacques and Deputy City Register Carmelita Horton for recently appearing at a Safeguard Your Finances community forum organized by State Senator James Sanders. DOF stands ready to assist any council member who needs help spreading the word in their community. Next, we have made technical adjustments to right-size our other than personnel services budget to better represent the annual cost of our property and business tax computer systems. These adjustments will make our budgeting more transparent and consistent year to year. Finally, as part of the citywide efficiency exercise, we will do our part to work with the Office of Management and Budget to identify savings and operational efficiencies while protecting core revenue functions and customer service. Even as we manage staffing and fiscal constraints, DOF has continued to make meaningful progress across our operations. We continue to meet our customers wherever they are, at our walk-in centers, through in-person events across the 5 boroughs, and through direct mail and digital communications. Last year, we surpassed our prior record for in-person outreach, participating in 272 events citywide and meeting more than 2,600 taxpayers. We are also working to strengthen our email outreach efforts. We have set a goal of increasing the number of emails we send to customers by 50%. I am pleased to share that we are well on our way to meeting this goal. In the first 2 months of this year, we have reached 74,000 customers with targeted, timely information designed to help them take action, apply for benefits, and comply with the city's tax laws. This is 50,000 more emails than we sent through the same period in 2025. We have also made improvements to critically important customer-facing operations. For example, in our commercial parking violation hearings work, we have reduced the number of outstanding cases and implemented video hearings to give commercial vehicle operators a more convenient option to contest violations. We have also continued to strengthen our procurement practices. The city's Comptroller's fiscal year 2025 annual report on minority women-owned business enterprise procurement reflects strong performance by DOF, including a meaningful improvement in the number of MWBE small purchase registrations with our agency. Specifically, we achieved a 50% MWBE utilization by contract value for Local Law 74 eligible contracts and purchase orders, compared with the citywide average of 8%. And we ranked among the top 5 most improved agency by volume of MWBE small purchase registrations. I'd like to thank CFO James and Agency Chief Contracting Officer Roman Shapolyansky for this work. We remain committed to expanding opportunity and ensuring that city contracting dollars reach the diverse businesses that power New York. As many of you know, a major focus of the past year has been implementing reforms to property tax enforcement that were enacted by the Council when it reauthorized the tax lien outreach and sale process through Local Law 82 of 2024. I want to thank you for your partnership in strengthening protections for homeowners and improving the city's approach to debt resolution. Ahead of last year's lien outreach and sale process, we undertook an unprecedented effort to ensure that owners understand both the risks of leaving unpaid taxes and charges unresolved and their expanded options to address their situation without having their lien sold. Working with the Mayor's Public Engagement Unit and with our partners at HPD, DEP, and the Center for New York City Neighborhoods, we combined direct outreach, events, and communications to connect owners with property tax exemptions, targeted payment plans, and other options to help them avoid the lien sale. As a result of these efforts, 85% of the owners with properties on the initial outreach list were able to take action to be removed from the at-risk pool before the sale of liens, a higher rate than in previous years. In addition, the property tax delinquency rate fell by about 0.5 percentage point, approximately $150 million compared to fiscal year 2024. Looking ahead, Mayor Mamdani has paused the lien sale for 2026 so that the Department of Finance can conduct a comprehensive 6-month review and determine next steps. We also remain committed to property tax reform. As the Council knows, the current property tax system is complex and widely viewed as inequitable. DOF supported the work of the New York City Advisory Commission on Property Tax Reform, which issued a report in December 2021 calling for significant change. Since then, we have continued to analyze how the current system is falling short and the implications of different options to improve the system. Mayor Mamdani has been clear that reform is a priority, and we are working to create a legislative proposal based upon the recommendations of the Advisory Commission. We will continue the work underway to advance reforms that make the system fairer and more transparent while protecting the stability of the city's revenue base. In addition, we have been tasked with preparing to run an Environmental Control Board amnesty program in fiscal year 2027. ECB debt consists of unresolved violations issued by several agencies, but most notably those issued by the Departments of Buildings and Sanitation that have become judgments and been referred to DOF for collection. If authorized by the Council, an amnesty program will help owners and businesses resolve long-standing debt, come into compliance, and avoid escalating penalties. We look forward to working with the Council on the legislation that would be necessary to implement this program. Finally, in the context of the city's budget gaps, we will continue to assist City Hall and the Office of Management and Budget with revenue and tax policy initiatives that meet the needs of the city while staying focused on fairness, customer service, and efficient administration. In closing, I want to thank the Council for your partnership and constructive engagement. The Department of Finance's work is invisible when it is done well, but it is foundational to everything the city does. We remain committed to treating New Yorkers with respect and courtesy, improving how we communicate and deliver services, and administering the city's tax laws fairly and effectively. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. So according to fiscal 2025 annual comprehensive financial report, the amount of DOF business tax warrants has been increasing steadily over the past 5 years. The amount of collectible unpaid business taxes grew from 760 million in fiscal 2021 to 1.14 billion in fiscal 2025, a 50% increase. This means the outstanding business taxes are over 11% of the amount the city collects on a given year. So what accounts for this large growth in uncollected business taxes?
Yes, thank you. So, while we are always looking to improve our work, we do have an effective business tax warrant collection program. We call businesses with large delinquent bills before we electronically file the debts in court as tax warrants. That is followed up by post-warrant notices, referral to 3 successive collection agencies, and in some instances, by levying upon active taxpayers' bank accounts. Every year, we go through the inventory of uncollected business tax warrants to determine what portion of them are collectible. Currently, non-collectible is defined as businesses that are bankrupt or dissolved, that haven't filed a return or made a payment in 7 or more years, or they last filed more than 3 years ago and indicated that they have 0 assets. In fiscal year 25, after we did this review, we determined that we had a balance of unpaid warrants totaling $1.1 billion, as you indicated, that are potentially collectible. The businesses with warrants range in type, but the majority are in the services and trade sectors. In terms of the growth, we are looking into the growth. For many of these businesses, we have insufficient information regarding their current status. Many of these businesses may already be closed. We are looking to see if the uncollectible criteria we use needs to be updated, as we're seeing more business closures during and after the pandemic than we had previously. These closures may not be reflected in our uncollectible criteria. We will keep the council informed as we explore this further and understand better the trend.
Thank you, appreciate that. And what do you consider to be, I guess, a healthy delinquency level for business taxes?
I'm sorry, didn't hear?
Like, what would be what you would consider a healthy delinquency level for business taxes?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
And then also,
I just again note that the challenge we face is that there are new businesses, and then there are existing businesses that are
Right.
going out of business. So it's a dynamic population. So there always will be some that go out of business. In fact, we know instances of businesses that have gone out of business before they file their final return with us. So we know from the get-go that collecting is not possible.
right. And how many, so is there a way, knowing that there's a lot of businesses, for example, that are going to close maybe due to hardships or various different reasons, do you have a plan that you would implement to actually reduce those levels of delinquencies? Like, in other words, is there a way to capture that data and information before they actually, before it gets to the point where something's considered not collectible?
So there are some things that we do now. We do receive information services that will provide information. Most of that information, however, pertains to larger businesses. So for the mom and pop shops, the information largely is not there. I think as a result of this exercise, we may explore taking further actions if we conclude that the growth is due to more than simply business closures.
Okay. And how many, I know it's hard to estimate, but in your sort of rough estimate, how many delinquent business entities are there currently? And what can you tell us about these businesses?
I'd have to get back to you on the number. The one thing that I do want to say is that when we are talking about business tax warrants, The average dollar amount is small compared, for example, to our business tax audit program. So for business tax audits, we are auditing the largest companies, the Fortune 500 and others, and we reach settlement with those companies and get agreed audit cases roughly 90% of the time. And for the 10% where we do not, they typically are appealing. And if they are to lose the appeal, they pay. So we're not in the position where we have to issue warrants for delinquencies. The delinquencies that become tax warrants are typically businesses that are smaller, that have filed late returns. So there are late payment penalties, late filing penalties, underestimated tax penalties. So these warrants are typically for a few $100s, so that it's a much smaller amount on average, and therefore we have to be careful about the cost that we put into trying to recover each one.
Okay, good to know. And then just really quickly, because in your testimony you had mentioned, because obviously we agree that there definitely needs to be property tax reforms that we look at. And I think you had mentioned that you're working to create a legislative proposal based upon recommendations of the Advisory Commission. And I just wanted to get a sense of if you know what that timeline looks like.
We are still actively working on it. I don't have a precise timeline.
Okay. If you do have any updates to that, we would love to know that and continue the conversations there as well.
Of course.
Okay, going to the final assessment roll. Oh wait, should I go to these? Okay. Sorry, really quickly. Before City Hall announced that there'd be no lien sale for this fiscal year, and I presume you must have prepared a list of lien sale eligible properties and their debts, and can you tell us how many properties would have been on the 90-day warning list and how much in tax liens would have been on that list?
So we did not prepare such a list because we knew it was important to review the status of the lien sale with the incoming administration. What we can say is that even without the lien sale, we are going to be sending quarterly delinquency notices to owners who haven't paid, and that we estimate that we will be sending those notices to 140,000 owners. I want to emphasize that that count is not the same as owners who might be put in a lien sale at-risk pool, because we're emailing or we're noticing all owners with delinquencies to be in a lien sale outreach and sale at-risk pool. Typically, you need to have at least $3,000 in debt that's at least 3 years old for Class 1 homeowners. So it's older, larger debt. So the numbers would be smaller, but we have not drawn that, and we do not intend on drawing that until we have a better understanding of the future of the lien sale itself.
Okay, but just to clarify, so I'm understanding this, because you're saying that there's 140,000 owners that you're going to send the quarterly notices to, which is different than what you would normally send under the typical lien sale notification, correct? And the difference is that under the typical lien sale, usually it's $3,000 in debt,
Yeah.
or is that the current that you're sending out?
Yes, well, I should have said 5,000.
5, okay.
But it's 5,000 for the lien sale. When we are reminding people of their delinquencies, I believe we use a cutoff of as low as $100, and we do not use an age threshold. This is a reminder notice. It is not an indication that we are about to take any sort of enforcement action, and we want to make sure people know regularly that they are delinquent. We have found in the past that just indicating that on their next bill was insufficient. We want to let them know before that.
And how many times do you send it out before the...
We send it out quarterly.
Before the enforcement happens?
Yes, well, the enforcement happens, if there's enforcement, the debt has to be for Class 1 3 years old. So
Okay.
we can send many of these notices before there's any enforcement action. And again, I want to make clear, the mayor has paused the lien sale, so there is no enforcement action on the table at this time.
Yes, totally understood. And out of those, yeah, right. So just to go back to my initial question, so if it was business as usual with the lien sales, do you know typically how much that would estimate to in terms of the number?
I do not know. We did not prepare that this year.
Okay, and then typically speaking, how much of that breakdown is related to the water debt, outstanding balance, sorry?
We will get back to you with the numbers from last year's lien sale process.
Okay.
So you can see that breakdown, both
Okay.
in terms of the initial outreach list, which, again, last year, I think was approximately 35,000 owners, and then we'll also provide a breakdown for the number of liens sold. There was, I think, roughly 4,500 liens that were ultimately sold last year.
Sorry, I'm just writing this down. Okay. And then moving on to vacancy savings. You mentioned that your headcount is at 1,726 out of the budgeted 2015. How much less in payroll have you spent compared to what was budgeted thus far because of these vacancies?
I'm going to defer to Deputy Commissioner James.
So I haven't looked at our expenditures year to date. We weren't doing that kind of exercise. We were looking at the vacancies that we got and the proposal that the mayor proposed on us, which is 128 positions, roughly around $12 million. So that is our proposal. It's on the table to reduce. We're working with OMB very closely because while that number is high, we have to ensure that we can hire revenue-generating positions, as spoken by the mayor. We have to ensure that we have continued compliance with some of the things that we have to do, and so we're working with OMB to meet the mandate, but make sure that we can still do all those core things that we're supposed to do.
And then actually, that goes into my next question, which is, I know that IBO had mentioned that there are 50 additional auditors that are included in the budget, so just wanted to see how that fits into this overall picture.
So our total vacancy right now was 284, and they divide that by the number, and that's how they came up with the one. Our total vacancy is 284. The 50 city tax auditors is part of that number. So you have to take that off the equation first and then divide it by half, and then that's what we talk to OMB about. So we are working that number down with OMB because that is the mandate that we have to adhere to.
Okay, so the 50 is not included in that vacancy number, you're saying?
Yes, it is.
It is included,
Yes.
okay. Okay, so to be hired?
Yes.
Okay. And so I know that both the current and prior administrations, they've used the hiring of additional auditors as a strategy to increase the revenues. Can you please provide an update on the effectiveness of the additional auditors that were included in the previous PEG program, and specifically how many auditors were hired and how much additional revenue were they able to collect compared to the projected amount?
Yes. So the fiscal year 25 November Plan PEG authorized the hiring of 45 city tax auditors. Of those positions, DOF has hired 37, and there are currently 8 vacancies. The 37 entry-level auditors, known as CTA, City Tax Auditor Level 1s, were onboarded in January 2025 and are expected to generate approximately $52 million by the end of the calendar year. While entry-level hires support the long-term auditor pipeline, it takes time to train and develop a CTA-1 before they can assume responsibility for more complex and high-value cases, which are typically handled by more senior auditors. So hiring auditors is a long-term investment. And I guess the other thing that I want to emphasize is we have to have proper supervision. I mentioned training, but also supervision. So there's a limit to how many auditors we can hire at once. And we also have to make sure that we're hiring the right mix of auditors, that we're hiring new supervisors as well as entry level, and retaining them so that 2, 3, 4 years down the road, we are reaping the rewards of that investment.
Yep, and I think the retention piece is sometimes the harder part versus
Yes.
bringing them in, so I can appreciate that. And what are any limitations that may prevent the hiring of the auditors that the mayor announced, in addition to any other folks that you're looking to hire?
Well, the challenge that we face is that of using the civil service list hiring process. So we believe in that list, but it is a process. And we are working with City Hall. We just met with DCAS this week and with OMB to strategize about how we can leverage the list quickly and often so that we can hire as many auditors as possible.
How long does the process usually take on average?
Well, we had a hiring pool in mid-February from that list, and we are planning to have another hiring pool from the same list in late March or early April. So that's the turnaround time. There are a lot of other factors involved, such as what other positions are we trying to fill? As Jackie, as our deputy commissioner testified, we have other vacancies. Obviously, the auditor vacancies are at the top of our priority list. That's about as fast as we can go. If we manage to exhaust the civil service list, then we may be able to hire more auditors provisionally.
Okay, and then assuming, because I know onboarding takes a little while, so assuming that they're able to get onboarded successfully, what's the realistic projection for additional audit revenue in fiscal year 26? And how does DOF plan to reach that goal?
Yes, so the first thing I should say is that the preliminary budget does contain additional audit revenue for fiscal year 2026. Our projection was increased by $150 million. However, the projection is based on current staffing levels and current assigned inventory, so current cases that are panning out, and it's not dependent on the additional hiring. For fiscal year 27, our goal was increased by $100 million, and factored into that is our expectation of the new hires, as well as being able to retain some of the auditors who have recently come on board.
And then, what changed? Because if the number of folks what accounted for that change, assuming that, in the previous administration and this administration, with the numbers being the same of staff?
In terms of fiscal 26, what changed was a couple of, some large audits came to fruition. They're very hard to project. They came in a little higher than what we expected.
Okay, great. And we understand that the Chief Savings Officer report is not yet due, but can you give us any insight as to what areas of savings are being considered, and can you share the guidelines and targets that DOF was provided in developing your savings?
Yes, I'm sorry. Before Jackie is, Deputy Commissioner James is our expert, so I want to start by reintroducing Jacqueline James as DOF's Chief Saving Officer. So she really is the expert when it comes to this.
Talking to the
Two
right
hats.
person.
So our target for 26 is roughly around $4 million, and in the out years, it's approximately $8 million each year after that. What we're currently looking at is looking at areas in our operation that may have duplications, that may have some overlapping. So that's one of the areas that we're looking into and we're focusing on. Another area is technology. We're looking to see if we have anything that may be obsolete, technology that may need to be upgraded, or in some cases, maybe insourced. So those are some of the things that we're looking at as well. We're also looking at our contracts. Now, contracts are very difficult to go in and renegotiate once you have an active contract. But we're but we are looking at the service levels of some of our contracts. And if we can reduce some of those service levels, it will have an impact on how much money we're paying. So those are some of the areas that we are looking at right now to generate some savings for this initiative.
Okay, perfect. And then speaking of contracts, the DOF contract budget increased by roughly 13 million, with much of the growth occurring in the maintenance and repair category. So just wanted to know, can you provide the committee with an update on the contract to replace STARS, which is Summons Tracking and Accounts Receivable System, and CACS, the Computer Assisted Collection System?
Yes. So another way to describe STARS is it's our parking ticket computer system. So the good news is that the replacement that for shorthand, we've been calling Parking 2.0, that contract was recently registered, and we will be having a kickoff meeting next week to start the work with the vendor. And you asked about CACS. The CACS system became fully operational in 2024.
Okay. Okay, great.
Go right ahead, Jackie.
So I just want to answer the
Sure.
question that you asked about the maintenance and repair.
Sure.
And roughly what that is the Department of Finance and finally recognizing some of its maintenance contracts in 2026 and 2027. Our security guard contracts, some contracts that weren't fully funded, that is what increased.
Okay, perfect. And then deed theft, I know you mentioned that's been a huge concern on the council side as well, because we're seeing a lot of that happening, especially with our older adults in the city. And the fiscal 27 preliminary plan includes a new need of 500,000 in fiscal 26 and 1 million baseline starting in fiscal 2027 for 5 positions in the new office to prevent deed theft. So what will be the function of this new office, and how will its scope differ or expand beyond the current scope of DOF's deed theft operations?
Yes. So first, I want to remark that the administration plans to make an announcement soon with more details concerning this office. But as the mayor has made clear in his campaign and reaffirmed with this addition on the preliminary budget, New Yorkers deserve to be protected and safe in their home, and this includes protection from the terrible crime of predatory deed theft. Yes, DOF I'm sorry, doing too much reading. But DOF has worked on this in the past. You were asking about the extent to which this will be new and expansive. So I first want to talk about what we've done in the past. Currently, DOF flags suspicious deed recordings for investigation, receives and acts upon complaints filed by homeowners, works with law enforcement agencies to obtain convictions of perpetrators, and does outreach to vulnerable populations to prevent theft. By establishing this new office, we will be expanding our outreach, prevention, and enforcement efforts to maximize our fight against this appalling crime. We are hoping to do more detailed reviews within our land records office. We want to do more outreach to more sites within the community. And we want to make sure that people who come to us with complaints receive the dignity and respect they deserve and the support that they need during that difficult time.
Thank you for that. What are the titles of the 5 new positions?
That is still being determined.
Okay. And what city and non-city agencies will the office be working with to fight deed theft?
Well, I'll start with the non-city agencies. Well, first I'll say that within the Department of Finance, there are multiple offices that are involved. So there is our Office of Land Records, which I have mentioned. So they do property tax recordings, and they are a first line of defense. They may see things in the recordings that are suspicious. There is our Office of our Taxpayer Advocate, They are there to support taxpayers whose issues may have fallen through the cracks and need special attention. And then there is our sheriff's office. So they are working to develop cases, develop evidence that can be referred to non-city offices. So that would be the 5 district attorneys and sometimes the Attorney General's office for prosecutions. We also will be doing work, we expect, with other offices, the mayor's PEU unit. We expect also to be working with other agencies that deal with these populations, such as the Department for the Aging.
And us as council members. But
Always.
yes, definitely. No, so that was my last question on this topic, was just about the outreach efforts that you'll be performing and,
Yes.
working with us on the council side to reduce the at-risk communities.
Yes, I said it before in my testimony, but want to emphasize it now. Any council member that wants to do a deed fraud prevention event with us, call me, call us. We will be there. It's very important for us that we leverage your knowledge of the communities to make sure that our outreach is as strong as it possibly can be.
Nice, thank you. I'm going to pause and hand it over to to my colleagues, and we'll start with Deputy Speaker Williams, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. The chair asked questions about this, but I don't think I recall hearing, how many tax assessors do you have now, though? Or tax auditors, whatever you call them.
You're asking both about assessors and auditors?
Actually, I'm asking about the assessors, the tax assessors. How many do you have now?
I don't think we have, I know that we have 29 vacancies that we are seeking to fill among city tax assessors. I don't know the total count of assessors.
We have about 127 assessors, assistant city assessors and city assessors combined.
Okay. Do you have plans to fill those positions?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We are working with DCAS to have the list established so that we can move forward with hiring those assessors.
Okay, and would you say that contributes to the average time to close out the tax audits, or is it the auditor positions that is taking the time to close out? Because I know it's up to 178 days to close out tax audits. I'm trying to figure out or can you explain to me what the tax assessors do versus the tax auditors? That's a good question.
Okay, so we'll start there. So tax auditors are working with large corporations on New York City corporation tax. Typically, they are represented by large accounting firms and law firms. The amount of records that have to be reviewed is comprehensive, and audits do take a long time. It is true that when we have vacancies, especially when we have retention issues, which we have had in the past, when auditors leave us for accounting firms or for the IRS, that can result in audit cases having to be reassigned to other auditors, and it will take a new auditor time to get up to speed on that case. So that can, in fact, impact those cases.
And then tax assessors?
Right, tax assessors, their responsibility is to value all of the city's 1.2 million properties. So come up with the market value based upon the characteristics either in our database or that they see with their own eyes when they go out and inspect those properties.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have, which you talked about in terms of the legislative proposal, I guess you're going to put forward to send to Albany around property taxes. So, Southeast Queens, as many other
Yes.
parts of New York City, deal with this issue.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to know, timeline. When are you all going to have the legislative recommendations available, and when are you going to send it to Albany?
We don't have a precise timeline. All I can say is that the mayor is committed to it, and we are working very hard with our partners in City Hall and in the Office of Management and Budget and the Law Department to do the review and analysis necessary to come up with a proposal.
Okay, thank you. I just feel like your agency commissions that previous mayors have created have been looking at this for such a long time. And so I feel like for the most part, I'm sure there are tons of things that are already in the ethos. So I personally just don't understand why this is not happening. It should have happened a long time ago. So I am very thankful to Mayor Mamdani for prioritizing this, because the other administration, I don't think, prioritized it in the same way. But it would be helpful to understand the timeline. As you know more than me, actually, that this is completely long overdue. So just pushing for there to be an actual timeline to give a little bit more confidence, especially as the mayor is proposing to raise property taxes. I feel like this is like a horse in a cart situation. I feel like we should reform property taxes before we think of changing what the property tax rates are. So I do hope that you all can come up with an actual timeline around this.
Yes, so I hear and respect your advocacy. All I will say is that the mayor has been clear that increasing property taxes is only a last resort. That is not something that we want to do.
I know, and I do appreciate his efforts to make it a last resort, but I do feel like everybody knows that the property tax system is not an equitable system, and so even having that as a last resort and not talking tangibly and with the same level of vibrancy as raising taxes is, to me, not fair. But just the last thing on deed fraud. I know you're working on the Office of Deed Fraud Prevention, and
Yes,
I just
we
wanted
are.
to know, do you have a timeline for that? When you'll actually establish the office? Is it already established? Do you have a timeline where you're this office is available? We can now send people here, or we can now get resources for our constituents.
The administration will be making an announcement shortly.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Wong.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank Rita Jen for all that she does, for coming to our office and dealing with all the folks who are insane. So I appreciate it very much. Squeedry and everything else. Thank you for her. A couple of issues. First is the lien issues. Do you divide it up? I don't know what's going to, I really do understand the need to have a revisit, but is there a division that is palatable between commercial and residential, or is it all not able to be divided like that? The reason I ask is, obviously, the residential is often the concern in terms of people losing their homes. So when you do a lien sale, is it clear who's commercial and who's residential?
We certainly, in the data I said that we would be providing, we'll do that by property class.
Perfect.
So that should make it clear to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Second is, I know that I spent a lot of time with the sheriff, to his credit, closing 93 illegal smoke shops in my district. So one of the questions I have is, did that money ever show up? There were many fines, hard to find people who were to be fined or who were fined, and I was wondering if you ever got a cannabis number.
I don't have that with me, but we will get back to you on that.
Okay, I think it's very low. So that would be one of those
Yes.
ones that, you are not around to be collected.
I can confidently say the number is low, but we will get back to you.
All right. And then the other issue along those lines is just the ghost, I call them ghost plates. I don't know what you call curb illegal license plate use. In oversight and investigations, we did a survey of ghost plates, and there's an awful lot of them. So obviously, you know why they do it. For many avoidance of tolls, et cetera. Is that something that you pay, that's the sheriff's issue, obviously, but do you pay attention to that? Is there some update on ghost plates? Obviously, there are stings at bridges, but we've also advocated just stings in neighborhoods. You go to certain neighborhoods, you're going to see an awful lot of illegal license plates. Is that something that you're focused on? And obviously, collecting the fines might be challenging, but they shouldn't be there in the first place.
That's correct, council member. So we are focused on that. The NYPD leads a task force of agencies that conducts those sting operations, and they are done in a variety of places, not just at the bridges and tunnels. Our sheriff's office does participate on behalf of the Department of Finance.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, I also wanted to add another aspect just to make the problem more complex and bigger, is that we've become aware of victims of people who are using phony plates. So sometimes the plates that they use might be stolen plates.
Yes.
That somebody, they were stolen. There were reports of plates that people took years ago to an outside New York DMV. There are also just the off-the-internet plates that might happen to
Correct.
match
Yep.
an existing plate.
Yep.
And so when that happens, it's even worse, because now you have a victim with an active New York registration that's getting bills from us
Yep.
for parking violations and camera violations that they did not commit. And people like that are naturally very concerned, and they are especially concerned that the violations will continue, and will they have to be in a never-ending cycle of having to come or do parking ticket hearings with us. So our Office of the Parking Summons Advocate has established a program where people like that can come to us, and OPSA can represent them at the hearings. So if there are more tickets that come up, we can make sure that they are being represented, and they don't have to actively defend each one. We have nearly 200 license plates that have been enrolled in that program thus far.
That's great, because we certainly hear about the program, I mean, the problem and the program, so we appreciate that very much. Just going back to the collection issue. So what you're saying basically is between the auditors last year and the auditors to be hired this year, hopefully they can be hired in a faster pace, that would be helpful. So maybe you said this earlier, but because I did the report with IBO at their request, to figure out how much we are losing in terms of uncollected fines and fees. So you talked a little bit about I think some of the fines and fees, but just generally, do you have some sense about, because I think you talked about the businesses that are, is it mostly businesses that are not, fines and fees not being collected? Is there any other category, or is it mostly that?
So that IBO report was some time ago.
It was about 2 or 3 years ago, yeah.
And it included quite a number of things in it. So one thing that I want to be clear is you referenced the auditors. So the IBO report did not include tax audits. So I do want to be clear about that. For the tax audits, we have a settlement rate that runs about 90%. And even for the 10% who do not settle, the vast majority of those businesses, if they lose, some of them do win upon appeal, but if they lose, they generally pay. So we do not have an issue with unpaid audits.
Got it.
There is an issue with unpaid fines
And fees, yeah.
and fees.
Yep.
And there are, as I was discussing with the chair, there can be business tax warrants that are the results of penalty and interest bills that are not audits, right? They're smaller bills. And I just want to make sure that we're being clear about that our audit program is collecting the assessments that it is generating.
No, that's true. I was thinking about the other categories. So yes, I'm very clear on that.
Yes.
And then just one other question would be, are there any new needs, and you may not be able to say this, requested that you need that are not in the budget that OMB might include? Obviously, you don't want to upset OMB, but nobody does.
We never want to do that.
No, but are there some other new needs? Because obviously you are, also a revenue generating agency.
Right. There are some new needs proposals that we are still developing with OMB. We're having conversations with them.
Okay, and my other question, the same old AI question. Are there ways that the AI could be of assistance at the Department of Finance, or is it just something that's too new and too complicated?
I think it's both of those things. So AI is a vast field.
Yep.
And there are all sorts of new tools that are being offered to us. And I think we need to carefully assess each one. We need to make sure that that we control them. We need to make sure that they are serving the customers the way that we want them to be served. But we are looking at some of them. So for example, there are tools that would allow us to take payments over the phone with a voice bot rather than having
Right.
A person do
Like
it.
every damn hotel you call.
Yes.
God, I thought I was talking to a person the other day.
Yes.
I kept saying, excuse me, what's the information? And they kept saying the same thing over and over again. I went, oh, shit. I am not talking to a person. Go ahead.
Yes.
The city could do the same thing.
Well, we don't want to do that to you or to our customers. So that's why it's something that we have to do very deliberately. We think that this function works well, and we would want to limit the bot to the people who actually want to pay. It's important. We want to encourage those payments. We want them in right away. We don't want them waiting. But then we don't think that the technology is there for the other calls.
Right.
We're hoping by handling those calls, we can reduce wait times for all the other customers who are calling with questions that they want answered before they might want to make a payment.
All right, thank you. I must admit that damn thing got me a hotel room, though. Thank you.
It's crazy because with AI and tech, it's almost like by the time you assess to see if it's good, it's already old. I mean, that's how quickly things are changing right now with AI. It's kind of crazy. Okay, sorry. So let me go ahead to Councilmember Wong, and then after that, Councilmember Maloney.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming today. I have an issue in my district concerning about a sewer project in Middle Village, 80th Street. My office has recently been contacted by homeowners on the 80th Street in Middle Village who suddenly saw thousands of dollars in additional charges that appear on their property tax statements that's tied to sidewalk work in the city performed doing a sewer and utility work in that area. These residents have already lived through years of disruptions, street closures from infrastructure projects there, including the reconstruction of the street several years ago. And right now, about 35 properties that contacted my office are facing roughly $80,000 in combined charges that we are currently reviewing with DOT and DDC to determine whether they were properly assessed. This is on top of the actual property tax bills. And I'll be sending you a letter to your office later today asking that the Department of Finance place a hold on any penalties, interests, or non-payment fees for these properties while we work on the relevant agencies to resolve the issue. My question is, would the Department of Finance be willing to work with our office to pause these penalties while this matter is under review so residents aren't unfairly penalized while the city sorts out what happened?
So I look forward to getting your letter, Council Member. I can't answer that directly at this time, only to say that we will reach out to our sister agencies and we will make sure there's a coordinated city response to the issue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Maloney.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I wanted to go back to technology investments, which it sounds like you're making, and the plan states that the Finance Information Technology Division budget is going to increase by 7.9 million compared to the year prior, and wondering if you had more information on a breakdown of the major projects, or the systems driving the increase, and how the funding is going to be allocated to various initiatives.
Yes, Deputy Commissioner James will address that.
So there's two programs that we already have. It's for one for our business tax system, and the other one is for our property tax system. And all we're doing is recognizing the base funding for those programs in the out years.
Is a percentage of that budget going towards exploring some of the AI tech that we were talking about, or any advancements in that regard?
So that $7 million is to support the existing programs that we have, the business systems. We will be exploring all sorts of technology as part of our efficiency savings initiative.
And from those investments, what outcomes do you expect? Whether it's improving tax collection rates, better processing times, anything like that?
So our system currently works. That's where we collect most of our revenues, our business tax and our property tax system. This is just, again, recognizing it's a contract and we have to pay the vendor, and we're just baselining the funding for the contract.
I would add that these contracts allow us to make modifications to the system based on changing events. So, for example, the Deputy Commissioner mentioned our property tax computer system. If any comprehensive property tax reform is passed, we're going to have to make changes to that system to make sure that we adapt to the new law.
So as part of the allocations, we're preparing for those changes that may come?
Well, we're dealing with changes all the time. Changes are being made at the state level regarding certain exemption programs, for example. We recently did a change relating to the expansion of the Cold War veterans exemption. So the category was expanded, and we had to make sure that our system would be able to handle applications and to be able to distinguish those applications from the existing applications.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Aldebal?
Yeah, I just have a question about hiring. You said that you are top priority for hiring is auditors.
Yes.
And what are the issues that are, keeping auditors from taking the jobs? And clearly you have issues with retention. If your auditors are going to work elsewhere, what strategies do you have in mind to recruit and retain auditors?
Yes. So I should add to my earlier remarks that we do a lot of outreach with local colleges to help with our recruitment, but then specifically with hiring, we are hiring through the city's civil service list. There currently is a list for city tax auditor, and we are moving through it.
Okay. And for the Office of on Deed Fraud Prevention, what's the staffing? I mean, you're going to need additional staff for that office, or are you moving staff around?
So we will need additional staffing. There are funds in the preliminary budget to support that. Deputy Commissioner James can provide details if you would like that. The exact positions have not yet been worked out. We plan to have more details shortly. The administration will be making an announcement regarding that office in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. And then just my final set of questions is just around the final assessment roll. So on January 15th, DOF published the fiscal 2027 tentative assessment roll with total citywide assessments coming in at about 326 billion. Assessments will be finalized by DOF towards the end of May and usually total about to about 1 to 1.5% lower than the level in the tentative roll. These assessments are used to determine the fiscal 2027 property tax levy and are therefore a critical part in determining the available revenues for fiscal 27's budget. Is there anything happening this year that would lead you to believe that the change in assessments between the tentative and final roll will differ from the typical 1 to 1.5% reduction?
No, we believe that it will be within that range.
Okay. And then, do you have any sense of how the Class 3 assessments undertaken by the state will come in this year?
We do not. The state does their own thing. We do not have insight into that.
Okay, because I know that prior years, they've been coming in particularly strong. So is there anything to indicate, even though I know you don't know, but is there anything to indicate that this year will be any different?
We haven't received information one way or the other. What you're saying is true. Last year they came in strong.
Right.
We have not received any evidence to indicate one way or the other for this year.
Okay, perfect. I think that's it for me, and I think for other members as well. So I just wanted to thank you for being here and just filling in, obviously, because I know that you're acting commissioner. So I just want to thank you so much, and as well as, well, I know you were calling her Jackie, so I feel like I should call her Jackie. Deputy Commissioner and your team. So thank you so much for testifying and coming today.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, I think I have to gavel out. And that's it for today. Thank you.